Put your hand together. If you believe that the VC is here, he is here. Do you believe that he's here? Don't worry. You know how he moves. In the next few minutes, he will join us physically. He's on his way to this place. Also, to be on the high table this morning is Dr. Stanley Uzochukwu, CEO, Stanel Group. He is the board chairman, UNIZIK Advancement Board. Please put your hands together for him. Yes. Ugochukwu is a very good friend. Please, just like I said, he will be entering here shortly with the Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to again invite to the high table the quintessential lady who has put this program together, the director of UNIZIK Advancement Program, Professor Ebele Mary Awka. Please put your hands together for director. Put your hands together for our director. Thank you for putting this together and inviting us. Okay, thank you very much, my director. I'm at your service, man. Okay, in the same vein, I want to welcome to the high table the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration of our dear university. Please make welcome Professor Hilda Ewusida Osisioma, Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration. Please put your hands together for our DVC admin. They take that time to come. Okay, may I also invite to the high table the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Professor Alex Chenwoba Asibo. Please put your hands together for them. I know they will join the VC's entourage to come, so be patient. May I also welcome to the high table the Able Registrar of our University, Dr. Chineye Gloria Okeke, the registrar. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite one of our key members and speakers today, I believe, Sir Chikwe Udensi. Sir Chikwe Udensi, CEO, Sheikhs and Bishops. He is a member, UNIZIK Advancement Board. Please put your hands together for him. Please put your hands together for him. Sir Chikwe Udensi is ably represented by Professor A.M. Kasmir, Director Ethics, AI and Higher Education Strategic. Okay, Professor Anne Kasmir, please. Director Ethics, AI and Higher Education Strategy from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you, Prof. You're welcome. University of Nigeria and Nsukka. The feeling is very nostalgic because that's my alma mater. You're welcome, Prof, to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, the university of the moment. Okay, I want to also invite to the high table another very powerful guy who is going to speak to us today. He is no other person than Olubenga Abola. He is the CEO of Flutter Wave. Please put your hands together for him. Put your hands together because he's watching both of us right now. He's virtually seeing us, so he's seeing all of us clearly where he is. Thank you very much. May I continue also by inviting to the high table another very powerful personality in our midst. He's my very good friend. You can see I'm smiling. He's not that person than Able Professor Ikechukwu Onyewe. He is the chairman, Communications Committee, UNIZIK Advancement Board. He is the director, MICTU, Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Please put your hands together for him. Put your hands together for Prof. Always smiling and laughing. You're welcome, sir. Okay, I also want to invite to the high table another powerful speaker from within our own Nnamdi Azikiwe University. He's not a person than Dr. Ikechukwu S. Anibogu. He is of the Department of Computer Science, Nnamdi Azikiwe University. He's one of our speakers today. So all these people, when you see them, their brain is just thinking AI, AI, AI. So it is obvious that part of their brains, part is physical, natural, and the other part is artificial. So when they act, when they talk, you know that these are two persons in one. Again, I want to invite another powerful personality in our midst, somebody I know so well, very calm and generous. I want to invite to the high table Engineer Professor Paul C. Okolie, FNSE, Chairman, Development Stroke Fundraising Endowment, UNIZIK Advancement Board. Please put your hands together. Professor Paul Okolie is a member of the Governing Council of Nnamdi Azikiwe. Please put your hands together. Yes, Sapi, you're welcome. This place is not for junkies, it's for people who are serious. You're welcome, council member. Okay, may I also invite to the high table another friend of mine who is also a revered scholar, Professor Ikechukwu Innocent Ume, Chairman Alumni Relations Committee, UNIZIK Advancement Committee Board. Please put your hands together for Professor Aikume. I also know that he's the global president of UNIZIK Alumni. If he's here, please join us on the high table. And then on my list of protocol, I have the last name there. Engineer Professor Azubike Aniedu. Engineer Professor Azubike Aniedu is the chairman, Advancement Services Committee, UNIZIK Advancement Committee Board. Please put your hands together for Professor Aniedu. Is another AI guru that I've worked with. Very, very ebullient in nature. I don't know, don't kill me because I have limited spaces for the protocol, but I wouldn't fail to recognize the presence of one of our dear mummies here that I know personally. She came on time and she's seated here since. Please put your hands together for Professor Ezima Nabife. Please put your hands together for her. Mommy, you're welcome. God bless you. And so protocol, you do me a favor, push the names of people to recognize as they walk into this arena. I want us to kick off immediately. Director, ma'am, with your kind permission, I want to invite from your program any volunteer for the opening prayer, please. I want to invite a volunteer for the opening prayer. If you know you are in good terms with God. Okay. Director said I should invite the mommy in the house to give us a motherly prayer. Professor Ezeman, please, for the opening prayer. God bless you.
Let us pray. We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Lord, for gathering us for further advancement of knowledge, the AI, the order of the day. We pray that you come in your fullness and help us to understand every information and knowledge that will be disseminated today. As we go, oh Lord, may we become more enriched and be able to fit in and operate this AI and not be swallowed by it. Thank you, Lord, for answered prayers, for we have prayed in Jesus' name. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much for that divine opening prayer. To usher in the thank you very much, Mommy, for that prayer. And I believe that God has come in to stay with us. Permit me to please recognize eminently the person who is assisting the director of this particular board in carrying out her activities. Please put your hands together for Professor Celestina Abion, Deputy Director, UNIZIK Advancement Board. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. The mistake is mine because I had to use pen to put this together. Thank you very much. Okay, DJ, if you're with me, please, as we keep standing. Okay, thank you very much. I'm here to serve the director of this board. And I have a mandate to invite to the high table the deputy director of this board, Professor Celestina Abiono. Please, you're welcome to the high table. The director has ordered, and I have been directed to invite you to the high table. Thank you very much. Before I'll be sacked when I get back to my faculty, I recognize the sub-dean, Faculty of Arts. Please don't be angry. This thing when we handle mic like this. As a professor, you're welcome to my sub-dean, Faculty of Arts. Please don't mind my eyes. I think I need glasses because I can be seeing very clearly from here. Please, I will be recognizable as I move on. I just want to get this event started. Thank you. DJ, if you can hear me, please, may we have the national anthem, and afterwards we'll have the university anthem. Thank you. We may be standing to have the national anthem. I invite us to please stand. UNIZIK anthem. Okay, thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you. Of course, once again, I want to welcome us to this event, which promises to be educating and very highly promising to enlighten us. And I said it's a program put together by UNIZIK Advancement Board, UAB, of Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Here they want to present to us workshops to training on artificial intelligence for lecturers and for students. They said you have avenues for virtual participation for those who are not here. Anywhere you are, in your lecture hall, anywhere in your hostel, in your rooms, you can please key in and just join us online to participate. The theme of this workshop is AI application in higher education and industry. Ladies and gentlemen, having established due protocol, may I have the singular honor to invite to the podium for her welcome address the director of this board, Professor Ebele Mary Awka, to please give us her opening remarks. Okay. Okay. DJ, if you're there, please, can you give me some soft tunes while we put one or two together? Thank you. Okay, from my intels, it appears the #1 citizen of UNIZIK is here. The man we call Bond 001, the Vice Chancellor of our university. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite us to please be upstanding to welcome the Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Professor Bond Ugochukwu Anyehe. Please put your hands together for the Vice Chancellor as he comes into the podium, please. The VC of our school, the man they know as 001, Professor Bond Ugochukwu Anyehe. Prof, you are welcome to this important workshop on AI. Welcome, Prof. Yes, that is the Vice Chancellor of our University, Professor Bond Ugochukwu Anyehe. He has just arrived. Please, on the orders of the VC, you may take your seats. Thank you very much. DJ, just a soft tune for 1 minute so that the VC relaxes before he takes his remarks.
Is a big killer. Baba is not a fan of the Lakers. Baba will keep your head shaking.
DJ, please find something soft.
Just go down.
Something in the oldies, something soft. This one is called Gen Z. Please find something soft. Better. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We need to run off right now because time is no longer on our side. Ladies and gentlemen, as I announced before, may I welcome to the podium for her welcome address the Director of UNIZIK Advancement Board, Professor Ebele Mary Awka, to please give us her welcome address. Thank you, Prof. You're welcome.
Good morning, my VC. A welcome address by the Director, University Advancement Board, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, at the one-day workshop on artificial intelligence applications for the university administration, organized by the UNIZIK Advancement Board. My VC, sir, the chairman of the University Advancement Board, distinguished members of the board here present, esteemed resource persons, principal officers of the university, deans, directors, academic and non-teaching staff, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today it is with a great pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I warmly welcome you all to this important one-day workshop on artificial intelligence applications for the university administration, organized by the University Advancement Board of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka. Today marks another significant step in our collective commitment to positioning our university at the forefront of innovation, excellence, and global best practices in higher education administration. As we navigate the rapidly evolving digital landscape, artificial intelligence has emerged as a transformative force with the potential to redefine how universities teach, conduct research, manage resources, engage stakeholders, and deliver services. The University Advancement Board recognizes that embracing emerging technologies is no longer optional, but essential for institutional growth, competitiveness, and sustainability. This workshop, therefore, provides a timely opportunity for us to explore the vast possibilities that artificial intelligence offers in enhancing administrative efficiency, improving decision-making, strengthening research outputs, advancing teaching methodologies, and deepening stakeholders' engagement. I wish to particularly appreciate our distinguished resource persons who have graciously accepted our invitation to share their expertise and experiences with us. Your presence underscores the importance of
Recording in
collective learning
progress.
and knowledge sharing in advancing our institutional objectives. I also commend the chairman and members of the University Advancement Board for their vision, dedication, and unwavering commitment to capacity development and institutional advancement. Their effort continues to create pathway for innovation, strategic partnership, and sustainability development within our university. As participants, I encourage all of you to actively engage in the discussions, ask critical questions, share experiences, and explore practical ways of integrating artificial intelligence tools into our various areas of responsibility. The knowledge acquired here today should not end within this wall, but should translate into meaningful action that will enhance the efficiency, effectiveness, and global relevance of our university. Let us seize this opportunity to learn, collaborate, innovate, and prepare ourselves for the future of university administration in an increasingly digital world. On behalf of the University Advancement Directorate, I once again welcome you all and wish us a productive, insightful, and successful workshop. Thank you, and God bless you all. Professor Ebele Mary.
Please put your hands together for the director, UNIZIK Advancement Board. Please put your hands together. Show us that you are here. Thank you very much, Director, for your welcome address to this audience seated here. Ladies and gentlemen, now we've heard from the director of this board. We shall not proceed without offering cola to our guests. This is Igbo land, and I wish to invite Mr. Tony to please present the cola to the Vice Chancellor on behalf of the Director, please. Nke a bụ okwu Igbo na na-eme anya na this program afọrọ m ọjị wee jụba ese sipụtalụ m ọjị ka ndị visi ka visi nye ndị bara anyị my visi sir ọjị abịago na tebụl.
Please ahụ na m dị ọjị onye kwesịrị isi m ya wụ nwaanyị so ahụkwala m ya. I would have preferred AI ọjị onye ọbụla tara ka na this thing but ebe o rugwele eru ebe ọjị abịagwele ụmụnne m na-ahụla n'ọjị with me. So nwa ofu onye ọka nọ ha ya bịa were one kpere anyị ekpere ọwụ na hụ before a ga-enye no udensi one wegara esi anyị na anyị tara ọjị here nwere ị na-represent ka iwu ịbịara bịa represent onwe m resource person ị ga-ewere n'ọchị gara igwe ndị isi onye nwewe onye kwen onye nwe onye onwere onye ọka onye nwe lokal onwe onye ọka nwoke gbagoro ajị gbagoro ahụ ọnụ sorry bịa biko bịa gọziere ya elee ka ị gbara ọwa ajị kwa ahụ ọnụ ịgbago ha niile ha ncha ịkajara akaja ngwa gọziere anyị ya iwe ike n'ọrụ ala
ndị be anyị ka anyị dịcha nụ akpọkwe m Chukwu kere n'igwe ka o kpọkwe ebe dị na Ọka kpọkwe ebe dị na Amansi kpọkwe ebe dị na Anambra steeti abịakwa na ọjị abịa ebe anyị na-ekwu ka udo chia ije anyị bịa tata ọ ga-amịta ezigbo mkpụrụ ọ ga-aga ọfụma Chukwu na ndị anabịa nọnyere anyị ka anyị bido na mbido nwee na njedebe nwee udo n'afa Jizọs Kraịst onye nwe anyị. Rapia na nebe a. Okay. Biko ọjị anyị agbakwa n'ise o. Tụọnụ m ichele dịka ọra. All the 5 days of the week.
Ọjị Kenga, Dalu Ichele. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here next is the address by the #1 citizen of Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Bondu Gotukwu Anyehe, to please address the House. Thank you.
Consider, my dear Chairman of the occasion, resource persons, Director of Advancement Board, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and who else? The press on air and press. The aim of this workshop is clear, is to be able to discuss AI applications in higher education and industry. And you can know that now that AI has become both and good and bad. So, but it has become part of our life, and it is good we prepare for the challenges. I'm not surprised that we're holding this conference, neither am I surprised with the attendance, because I see a large number of people online joining us from online rather than the people physical, meaning that they understand that what we are doing is AI and computer applications. So I welcome those online, those inline, and those in the hall to this conference. And with the powers conferred of me, I gladly declare it open and hope that you will learn what you can apply in your lives in Jesus' name.
Amen. Put your hands together for the Vice Chancellor, please. Put your hands together for the Vice Chancellor. You may wish to stand to acknowledge the Vice Chancellor as he goes to continue the day's activity. Please put your hands together for him. This DJ, I don't work with DJs that are not always around me. All right, to prepare our minds while we wait for the return of the members of the high table, you will agree with me, just like the VC stated clearly, that the conversations around AI as it trends has become both controversial and suiting. I want to say that one of the conferences I attended last time, 2 weeks ago in Lagos, the Lagos Studies Association, this AI was one of the mostly contested issues on the positives and the negatives of AI. And then we contended on issues around the legalities of AI. And I must tell you, that conference was enriching. And today again, we are here, yet again, gathered on the same issue of AI. It's obvious that AI has come to stay. But we want to understand the place of African scholars, intellectuals on the issues of AI. I want to believe that the director and his team have this well thought out theme of today's workshop, AI application in higher education and industry. I know they must have seen some of the good things and then the damages that AI is also causing in society. And so this group has come to tell us in earnest how to properly use this AI tool. I want to say that at this point, because it's a workshop, we may have to have the high table please return to the crowd so that we'll have the presenters invited to this place. May I invite the high table members to please, you can take the front seat and then face us here while we get into the business of the day. It is not a period for MCs to entertain you or talk too much, but we have come here especially to be trained and to study and to learn. So my job here is simply to moderate while we learn. Myself too, I also love to learn. So when I drop the microphone, I pick up my pen and my paper. Ladies and gentlemen, because we have very limited time, I want to go straight to the program by inviting the number one lecturer for today. He will be speaking on the topic, AI as your digital co-pilot, improving productivity, decision-making, and service delivery. I know that most people are actually wondering how to use AI and how not to use AI. Particularly, I've always quarreled my own students who depend solely on AI. Rather than see AI as a tool, they have transferred their ability to have critical thinking to AI doing all that they do, the assignments and everything. And so when students do that and you give them assignments, they give to AI, and then you give them questions, the same question in the exam hall, you see them writing below standard. I know that the experts here will guide our lecturers and our students on how best to use this. And to begin, may I please invite our first lecturer, Professor Ikechukwu Onyenwe, to please take us on the first lecture. Thank you very much, Professor. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend. Good morning, our Vice Chancellor in absentia, our Director, professors that are here, directors that are here, deans, HODs, lecturers, students. So I am Ikechukwu Onyenwe, and I will be taking you through my slides on a topic, AI as your co-pilot. I was intentional when I was making use or choosing this topic, your co-pilot, because we are worried so much about AI coming to replace humans, but that is not true. So in this lecture, walk with me. Let us walk through the slides. You will understand the AI and then the mysteries behind AI, how AI as co-pilots will assist you as your co-pilot, will help you to be productive. So we are going to have understand AI as co-pilots, the concept, and to assist you and amplify your productivity. In these slides or in this workshop also, you will have at least basic understanding of how you can prompt AI, clear and concise communication with AI, and then how you as students, lecturers, admin staff can apply the AI basic, at least to give you the knowledge. Now, I talked about co-pilots. I mean, productivity partner, your productivity partner that helps you to think faster, create better, and automate routine tasks, reduce repetitive tasks. That is what AI in responsible usage will help you to do. And then we have to understand how the AI, the brain behind this AI did not just descend from heaven. So please pay attention, students, lecturers, all of our participants, pay attention through this workflow. You will have a good understanding that will help you reshape your mind whether I'm going to use AI responsibly, whether I'm going to decide what AI has given to me. The brains behind AI co-pilots. We are going to see what it does, how it thinks, how we use it. AI learns like humans. Learns like humans. What is the probability? We do this thinking every day. The likelihood of where I'm going is the correct place. And you start picking objects around. As you are coming to UNIZIK, right? Maybe you are seeing aroma, you are seeing stanel, you are picking these objects. That next time as a newcomer, you are repeating this task. You are asking the question, the likelihood that you are going to what? UNIZIK. What is the probability? AI learns like humans. Models are computer systems trained with examples to recognize patterns and make what? Predictions. A child sees many pictures of what? Cat. And this child could predict that this is a cat when he or she physically meets one. True of us? Eh? The same way, you can give AI pictures, images of cats in different representation, and AI will learn the patterns, and AI could predict and could differentiate between what? A dog and what? A cat. So we need to have this understanding that AI does not memorize everything. Rather, it learns pattern from data given. We must have this understanding that, like, let me also say that what we are doing is how the AI we are talking about, how it came about. We are talking about the brains behind it. And we cannot do this without mentioning basic types. I'm kind of flow on surface model with you people so that we will have that understanding. That what we call machine learning model. It talks about this data-driven algorithm, learning from experiences, learning from truth, learning from truth. Parents, you are teaching your child the truth, and the false behavior. Learning from the truth, learning from experiences. This must guide you whenever you are making use of AI. One of the important things you need to know that you must decide the outputs given to you by AI. So AI learns from data. In machine learning field, we call the data gold standard. Prepared is user-defined, prepared by researchers, depending on what? The purpose behind what you want to do. Deep learning also, natural language processing, generative AI, and the one we call LLM, large language model. Learning from experience, learning from past data to make decision. You want to predict students at risk of poor performance. But first of all, how do you define who is a student and who is not a student? What is your domain setting? Nnamdi University or all the students? Deep learning model, like layers of human brain. When we talk about complex information analysis on different layers. For example, AI marking handwritten exams. I know some of us will argue how is it possible, but it is possible that AI can understand handwritten. Okay? Get your handwritten notes, scan it, turn it into an image, feed it into ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT to convert this to what? Electronic test. How many of you have done this before with ChatGPT? You were amazed to get what? The handwritten test converted to what? Electronic test. But please, let me warn you that whatever, if it is not subscribed, if you are using any AI without subscription, be sensitive about your data, right? Because that will be taken as you are using a public domain place. But if it is subscribed, of course, it will require your email address, and that protects your data. NLP, my specialization. We are talking about how do we encode the innate communication behavior of man into computer. You could speak with computer, interact with computer without knowing it. Here we're talking about generative AI, creating new content. You can tell AI to generate this setting, and you can prompt the AI to rearrange this into a round table discussion, and AI can do that generatively. Produces text, images, codes, video, and ideas for you, and that's what we are currently doing. Here we are talking about large amount of text trained to drive AI to understand instructions and generate what responses. You have, for example, let me give, for instance, race, the ambiguity of words. I can see linguists here, professionals, Igbo. You know that human language is very ambiguous in nature. Abi? Yes. Race. Right? Race could function as what? Race could function as a noun. Race could function as a verb. You have thousands of words, millions, billions, trillions of words, and you ask AI, or on probability basis, frequency based on count, without other, let me narrow it down. Like, what is the probability of race if I pick a race from this bunch of words? What is the probability of it being a noun? The frequency count is going to tell you very high what percentage, true or false, because race function mostly as what? A noun. But there are places where race could function as what? A verb. So you will now tell system, what is the probability? It's a simple mathematics, like on a very high surface level probability. What the system will do is this. It's kind of back counting window. We can call it bigram. Bigram means I will look at race, the current position, and look at the n-1 position of it. That position, is it, what is the word character there? If it is an article, okay, I have seen many cases where the system will be telling you, this is pattern reading. I have seen many cases where whenever I see an article following a word, this race is going to be what? A noun, right? And then I have seen other cases where a model, whenever a model following a verb, I mean race, it functions as what? Verb there. I'm giving you what AI model in, when we talk about large language models, when you supply this text, what you could learn, patterns. I just mentioned 2 patterns, right? When we are dealing with what? The word what? Race. Trying to disambiguate. With your common sense, you will do what? Disambiguate. But for computer, in AI, we encode this common sense. Now, how does AI learn given these models? How does it work to produce AI? We have human knowledge, real world scenarios. You first of all talk about converting it to data. you clean the data, you label the data, train AI model, that is the learning stage, test and improve, and then deploy AI as co-pilot and human feedback, with human feedback continuously, that is active learning. That is one thing that is making AI so powerful. It's ability to unlearn, relearn, learn new things. Human feedback continues what? Continuous improvement. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to help us to understand or remove mystery and show that AI, which we are using, is engineered by humans.
Nobody is there. What
by
about baby?
humans. And this is done through data collection,
Let's go to
through
my office.
research, through training.
And they have not started the meeting now.
The real world scenarios, like the sources of data, when you, depending on what you actually want, there is text, there is images, there is audio, there is video, sensors, depending on what you really want your AI to learn. To teach AI to recognize university documents, then my data collection will be based on thousands of memos, thousands of letters, thousands of forms and reports. So AI needs examples to learn from. You need to know this. AI needs data. That is truth to learn. You must clean the data. You must remove errors. You must ensure standardization, because bad data produces poor AI. Remember, I want you to understand this. Work with me. When we finish this, you will now decide whether you will believe everything AI is giving you, hook, line, right? Okay. I'm trying to help you to understand that you must decide. You must decide. Whenever AI gives you output, you must decide. Because when you have bad data must give you bad AI model. Igbo, for example, if you go to Google now, you can go Google translate from English to Igbo or Igbo to English. You can say Ojiri Egbe, Wabo Egbe. There are so many things. You try to, do a lot of bi-directional conversion, then you will understand. And then again, you will see scenarios where Nile, Niila, is spelled as what? Nine. Right? Bad data produces poor AI. Teaching AI the meaning. That is labeling. Data labeling. Remember, we are talking about training of AI. Of course, AI must learn from truth. There is sources of truth. So, we label, we define, for example, that this is a dog, that this is a cat. Some persons may decide to label dog as what? Cat. For images, you can decide for emails, student complaints, admission requests, payment issues. You can label different email settings. Have you seen your email? You can categorize your inbox emails you are receiving into different topics. You can do that. so that the emails, as they are streaming in by the menu side, you will see different categories. Maybe the one that interests you. As they are coming in, the system, the email system, we keep categorizing them. Now, when you finish getting your data set ready, AI will go to school. And remember, in schools, we have good and bad students. We have good and bad teachers also. This is where AI learns relationships and patterns. Researchers provide data algorithm, these things, and then you impute AI predict, correct, improve in different iterations until first attempt, this is animal, or this animal is a dog, and then you will correct, no, it's not what? A dog. It's what? A cat. That is AI misfired with certain features, maybe relating what? Dog and what? Cat. And of course, after lecturing, after training, students must do what? Students must do what? They will write exam. This is AI examination stage, where you do some cross validations. You have to check the AI models after training, whether it has learned so well or not. There's what we call substantial accuracy. There's what we call fair, good, bad. So if you have trained a model that will give you accuracy of 90, that is substantial. 92, 93, you won't get 100%. Or do you think we can get 100%? So the researchers, we check accuracy, we check bias, safety, and how reliable this AI model and producing is. And we answer these questions. Does it answer correctly? Does it work for different users? Can we trust the algorithm? Just like some researchers, most of the times we lie. We do overfitting. They work on overfitting of AI model. That means this AI model, given this particular data set, we do very well. We do very well. But outside this particular domain, like AI model built for Azikiwe University, and the AI will be scoring at something like 90. But when you use this model outside the Azikiwe University to maybe UNN, you will be getting something like 70%. That is overfitting. It is lies from the researchers. You're trying to give, overfit AI into the data set, but that is not good. Well, part of good research is also look at the domain, consider AI with what we call familiar domain and unfamiliar. You have to test in order to handle known and what? Unknown situations. After this stage, AI as your co-pilot comes into existence. And that is where you start seeing ChatGPT. You see that these things did not descend from what? Heaven, right? They are not from heaven. They are produced by human researchers like us. And these are the ecosystem tools. ChatGPT, which we know all of us are using. This is your general AI assistant. Generative AI is built on so many things. It helps you to think, write, analyze, create faster. support brainstorming. Students, you can give ChatGPT your lecture note and tell ChatGPT to convert this lecture note into an engaging CBT questions. Look at the word. There's been clear communication, engaging, all right? You learn through, because you can read. All you are trying to do at that stage is simple. You know, CBT measures how knowledgeable are you. If you come to Bloom taxonomy, CBT is at the base, right? So you can ask ChatGPT, I want you to test me on how knowledgeable I am given this subject, given this topic. And that is how to use it. You have Microsoft Copilot, brings AI into productivity, applications, and organizational tasks. Copilot works with your documents, presentations, emails, meetings, and data. It will help you to summarize meetings. Administrators, summarize meetings, record meetings, and ask Copilot, convert to text, and again, summarize the stuff. Gemini AI. I use this a lot to search for documents. You know, I have a lot of documents. I can tell Gemini AI, you know, maybe I could not remember the name, the file name. I will tell the Gemini AI kind of content keywords. You know, remember content keywords, please help me to locate what? This file. Boom. I will have minimal what? Time. Instead of spending a whole day looking for what? My file. For AI researchers and learning assistants, Notebook LM is good. Canvas AI. You could see that many of us are developing our flyers, 3 of us. New month messages, new year messages. Now it's good for us to know that to prompt AI, we should consider this REST framework. There is role. Who should I ask AI to act as? AI, please, I want you to act as a university lecturer. I want you to act as a teacher in nursery school, basic school. Race. Role. Who should AI act as? Action. What should AI do? Provide background information that will help AI, that is context. And then, expected output. Define the result format. I want you to give me examples based on this topic that is suitable for a 200 level student. So, in prompt engineering, REST is very good. Understand this, and then you are going to use AI responsibly. As a teaching assistant, you can ask AI to help you prepare quizzes. I do give my students quiz online on Google Classroom, and then we have other LMS. They are now adopting this. You can give them quiz, you can set the assessment rubrics. And then at the end, using that rubrics, the system will do what? Assess the whole what? Student for you. support for research assistants, literature review, idea generation, summaries, and research writing. You can ask AI, please, I'm giving you these papers. Can you read it and give me research gaps? Instead of taking months to read through papers to find research gaps, why not you find the research gap within 1 hour and start doing your research works? Administrative assistants draft a memo. Why I noticed that why we delay responses, email responses. How many of you are communicating with DICT? Like the DICT email. Our response is very fast, two of us. I believe I have lecturers here. I have ICT officers here. Because you can automate. You can automate AI to read through your emails via API setting, but of course you must get permission. Set up response for you. You decide the response and then click what? Send. Read and give you a memo response. Instead of maybe, oh, this particular email, the contents, the presentation, I am struggling to understand it. And you will leave it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days gone, you have not responded to that email. Make use of AI to help you do that. It's also your learning partner. It can help you to generate course outline, lecture notes, questions, and assessment rubrics. It can support you as personal tutoring. Like, student, I told you what you could do with your lecture notes. You can turn your lecture notes into CBT gaming form, like an engagement gaming learning. That is what we call the persuasive technology. So for AI administration, it will help you to improve your reports, your minutes writing, memos, decision support. In Nnamdi Azikiwe University, we are doing a lot with AI. How many lecturers have logged into their portal? Currently, if you go into your portal, you will see, because we have encountered this issue from lecturers, there will come some minutes to examination, CBT exam. Using MS Word, they will set the question with MS Word. I think we have suffered this thing from Faculty of Arts, Faculty of Education. Okay? Now, we use AI. We have integrated AI on your dashboard, that if you go there, you will see generate. If you log into your dashboard now as a lecturer, you are going to see that you can generate your CBT questions. All you need to do is upload your lecture notes. And the system will generate questions from what? This is your lecture note. And again, when you download it, it will download it, setting it according to the CBT template. That means we are no longer worried. We are no longer worried. When you come to a CBT exam, some minutes to what? Some minutes to CBT start time. And you have wrong format. If you have your lecture note, you can upload it there. It generates question. You download the truth template, and we will upload it to the CBT server, and boom, your exam will start. AI helps you to be productive. Because usually, When we encounter such scenario, it will create a ripple effect. One, the student are supposed to start the exam by 9 a.m. We no longer start the exam. And it's going to cause undue stress on the student because they can prepare to start this exam 9 a.m., finish it in the next 2 hours or in the next 1 hour, and then we go on with their what? Other activities. So AI will help you to be productive. Instead of wasting the time, taking you 1 hour, taking you 2 hours, 30 minutes to set these questions using the right template. We use AI to do what? To format it. That's number one. Number two, if you come to MICTU, currently, we have helped our students to maximize their time by providing what we call working support. The student can go through working support. It is workingsupport.unizik.edu.ng, applying AI responsibly. They log in their issues, and the system will queue them. The system will tell you the time. This is the time you are going to come to see MICTU. And when you come earlier, there is a waiting area with a screen there. The officers will keep calling according to what? The presentation of the issues. And the system, as they are coming, the system is automatically categorizing the issues according to the officer's issue base. Could you imagine that an officer will press a button and the system will call you, Kenechuku and a bug, proceed to her one desk person for your issue to be resolved? Could you imagine that, pronouncing your Igbo name rightly, at least not 100% correct? Now the VC, our VC is particularly interested in ensuring engaging class. And he is saying it is not enough for us to consider 75% attendance. Just 75% attendance. Okay. Can we say that though this student is in this class 20% or 70%, but 80% of those times you are not paying attention to these topics? Participation. Not just coming to class and then you believe. Not just coming to class. You know that some people will be in class and they will not be listening, they will not be paying attention. And of course, system reads facial expression. There are different facial expressions. Here you know that. There is an engagement facial expression. There is playing facial expression. There are different facial expressions. And we have smart boards. This can be achieved, and we are working seriously to do that. So, it is important to note that in concluding this lecture, that we must note that responsible use of AI is very important. And of course, I was very careful to, make the presentation to skew towards responsible use of AI. AI should be used responsibly. Verify information. Always review AI responses before using them. Confirm facts, references, and results. One of the reasons I took you through the process of AI model, how AI is born, and then go on. Sorry. Protect confidentiality. Please. Don't just upload your students' data on public domains like ChatGPT if you are not a subscriber. I'm warning you. Yes. We also can trace the sources of the upload, and we can get this person that uploaded that. It is not right. Uploading student data and you are using free account of ChatGPT, it is not advisable. Please don't do that. Protect confidentiality. Protect your students, protect the staff and the organizational data. Avoid misuse. Use AI to support learning. AI should help you in thinking. AI should not replace originality. AI should not replace integrity. Preserve human creativity. The era of typewriter, desktop computer, internet, AI, and human, we are still what? Standing. Typewriter did not replace human. Desktop computing did not. Internet, we are talking about AI. So it's always good when AI suggests, suggestive AI, please decide. Responsible use of AI should combine technology with human values, ethics, and accountability. Different prompt. For example, students, this, you can use AI as a student to explain blockchain to me like I am a beginner and create revision questions. As an academic, you can use AI to create course outline, lecture slides, and assessments on blockchain. Non-academic, you can draft a professional memo for AI. Those of you that are having issues or you are using templates that are not university template for CBT, no worry. All you need, the one on my left is the wrong template and the one on my right is the right template. I can push them on ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT, please convert the text or document on my left using the template on my right. And ChatGPT will do the same. Understanding the pattern and then restructure your CBT file. And then again, you can tell the ChatGPT at the end, save it with docx. And then the ChatGPT will do that and you will do what? The download. You can use AI to read and reply your emails, staff members, please. You can actually open and copy. You can open it. If you don't know how to make use of API, that is advanced level, open and copy your email content, ask AI to analyze the request, generate a draft, review and personalize, and send a follow-up. And this is how you can integrate API. If you want to go advanced, of course, you need to not expose your password or confidential. What this thing will help you to do is simple. When the emails are streaming in, the system, the AI will help you to read it and then generate what? Report for you. AI help administrators respond faster, but humans remain responsible for final communication. Somebody must be held accountable. And these are the steps you can use to integrate AI email management. The slides will be made available via advancement board. AI model plus human experts leads to better productivity. AI will not replace you. AI is not going to replace human. but people who effectively use AI will redefine productivity. And of course, you know where you are going to be. Thank you so much.
All right, please put your hands together once more for Professor Ike Onyenwe. I think for the students, he deserves some standing ovation, if you don't mind, because he has just exposed us. At least Professor Ike has just assured us, all of us here, that AI will not replace us. Please clap for him again. Thank you, Professor Ike, for that assurance. You know, when I listen to the richest man on planet Earth and what he tells us, that in the next 2 or 3 years, that AI is going to replace all of us, I would say, this man, I don't know, get more till years. You know, he said, all of you that are working now, in the next 5 years, you will lose your jobs. AI will take over. I said, I'm not know how many machines. I don't know how many machines that are in Nigeria. I don't know how many AI machines that are in Igbo land. Even Lagos, I don't know how many robots are functioning in Lagos State. How much more Anambra State? By the time AI will replace all of us, that will be another 200 years. Thank you again, Professor Ike, for those assurances. Oh, okay, fine. Please, my usual pattern is that we'll take the questions at the end of the whole lectures. But I've just been informed that Professor Ike is about to leave this place now. So we'll have just 5 minutes to interact with him. If you have any questions for him, please, you have your time now. 5 minutes is gone. If there are questions you want to raise, if there are anything you want to raise on the just delivered lecture, please, you can raise your hands, come up here, take the mic, and then ask him the question. All right, please, move forward. I need somebody, a volunteer, to help me with the mic. Anybody? Thank you. Amadi. This one you're learning AI. Don't go and use AI and write papers. So.
Thank you, Prof, for your insightful lectures. I am Moses Ongogade Njoko, Fine and Applied Arts Department. Prof, I want to know, can AI work without internet? That's one. I have 2 questions. The second question is, when you talk about free subscription, that's protecting your data from using AI free subscription, and you say we should always use email, I want to understand, are you advocating for paid AI subscriptions, or is it that when we open AI and just do that sign up you normally do with email, is that enough? Thank you.
Thank you. So, of course, the era of standalone systems has gone. Of course, I can use AI, the one I built by myself, for example, Igbo Postaga, and then question generator CBT, the one I built, the one, my own model, right? I can use it without internet, okay? But if I provide that to be a kind of commercialized, you know, you will have to access it via what? Internet. Do you get it now? So, and then again, you know, how will I answer this? There are free versions of AI models or AI applications, but of course, they have different what? Limitations. True of us, they have different limitations. Features you are going to use. For example, is it Grammarly that will give you, Abby? It give you certain words, like maximum number of words you are going to use at a time. Maximum number of words. But if you subscribe, you can use it in an unlimited words pattern. So, one free version grants you, you know, certain access level. Subscribe version will give you full what? access. These people, they are researchers. They developed this thing. And they want to also make what? Money. To generate what? Revenue. If Nnamdi Azikiwe University, which we are going to do, will come up finally to get their Turnitin, right? The Nigerian Turnitin version. Of course, Nnamdi Azikiwe University will like to what? Use it to generate what? Revenue. Maybe the staff of Nnamdi Azikiwe University can use it free of charge, but those members that are not Nnamdi Azikiwe University staff, they can use it with certain what level of what? Subscription. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Before we take another fiscal one, please, can you project? I think some persons online are asking questions. I'm meant to understand. You have some questions online. While he does that, please, let's take one more question. Please, just 1 minute. Go straight to the question. We don't have time.
Thank you for granting me this opportunity to add my own concern. In the course of delivering your lecture, you made mention that we can use AI to generate a standard CBT question. Even aside that, there are some other exam questions that are not CBT, pure calculations that one can use ChatGPT to generate. Okay, now if we are able to do this, it will lead to a situation whereby at times the examiner himself may not know the answers to the question on which he is testing his students. And if this continues like this, it will be counterproductive to we academics, because it will get to a time we will be testing students on questions that we cannot even solve. So I don't encourage that CBT. It's good for students to train themselves to prepare for exam, but academics should be able to manually solve the question that they are testing their student on, because you should be able to answer your question 100%. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Please, Mike.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that is the fear. Okay. But, you know, I walked us through the models of AI, how AI is born. That's, you know, it's revealed to us that we are in charge as humans, right? We are in charge as humans. Certain CBT questions, when I came back to this country 2018, I, took some kind of analysis, questionnaire. I start asking teachers within university system and secondary school system, how long does it take to set CBT question? 1 hour, 2 hours, a whole day. If we understand the fact that CBT is the base of Bloom taxonomy, and it tests how knowledgeable are you given a subject matter, you will know that the CBT which we are giving to students, they are not right standard what? CBT. Because the knowledge you are testing, you must go through the nooks and cranny of what? The lecture notes you have given and get questions from them all. But because of time, we set questions according to different sections. And you will see students, they may be, this demand concentrated what? Only on this portion and did not what? That's number one. Number two, the system generates the question. You have the final what? Decision. That is responsible use of what? AI. It is suggestive AI. It is suggestive what? AI. So you have the final what? Decision. You have to go through the questions AI generated. You have to vet and you have to what? Approve. On that particular platform, you will have to go through and then approve and then download. So you are still what? In charge. Humans. Thank you so much.
Okay, the last one, just one from online so that we balance it all. Just one question from online platform. Okay, Prof, this one is from online, and the participant is asking, what is the place of plagiarism using AI for research? So what is the place of plagiarism using AI for research?
So I will tell you what I do. I use subscribe version of grammar to work. So, and then of course, I don't supervise my student physically. I will tell my student or my supervisees, you must have a Google account. Of course, all of us have Gmail account, our university Gmail account. So you create a Google Doc and we go through Google Doc. And whenever you submit, I have that Google Doc pass through the grammar plagiarism check. And it's going to give me the percentage of AI generated test. And then again, if you copy any place, it's going to give me links of those places you have copied. So my supervision with students will be based on that. If it's generative AI, I will tell you this is more than 50% generative. Can you go and reference? Make use of your own words. And then again, I'm going to tell you these are the places, these are the links, these are the papers you downloaded. The system is going to help to tell you these are the papers you downloaded. Yes, it will give me all the sources, and then I will use it to judge you, the student, and then equally caution you. Okay? Research is like PG. I think we should place a policy, which I think we have. I don't know if a policy on that. Because I know in the University of Sheffield, for you to submit your PhD work, first of all, it's going to go through Turnitin. You go through the Turnitin, and then it has some percentage level of plagiarism. Okay? If it is above the university standard percentage level, the student will be called and penalized. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for our number one lecturer, Professor Ike Onyenwe. Please, I want to crave our indulgence to please allow him to leave. And we still have other experts here who can also answer your questions. I'm very much aware that there are about 3 of them here, plus the director of Futa Wave, who is also going to be part of us. So we have a lot of things loaded for you. So relax yourself. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Next time, I want to have more questions from the students this time. Next time. So we're taking the second lecture immediately. So please, without wasting much time, I want to invite to the podium the second lecturer who will be speaking on the role of artificial intelligence in national security, the role of AI on national security by Sir Chikwe Udensi. Sir Chikwe Udensi is here represented by Professor Azikiwe, who is the Director, Ethics, AI, Higher Education and Strategy, University of Nigeria. Please make welcome Professor Udensi to the podium. Thank you. Prof, you're welcome.
I want to say why our technical advisor and facilitator is handling the presentation stuff. I want to thank the Vice Chancellor, Professor Bond, Aya here, and Professor Ebele, Director of this UNIZIK Advancement Center, the members of the board and the management. And I want to thank especially in a special way the PRO, who is an alumnus of the great University of Nigeria. I don't know how many lions and lionesses are here. If you are here, I want you to mow and roar. Lions and lionesses. Great. I'm so happy to be here. Can I also thank Professor Ike Chukwu, the last presenter, Onyenwe. In our discussion, I told him no Chukwunwe, and he was very happy with that. He did a nice job in documenting and presenting to you the basics of how artificial intelligence came about. Madam Advancement Center, I want to crave your indulgence. Let me first address the ecosystem, the global ecosystem of artificial intelligence. There are two sides. I'm not delving into the paper proper. There are two sides, the ethics and the techniques. The ethics and the techniques of artificial intelligence. Its role in national security comes under the ethics and covers the techniques and the technical aspects. You have the software, you have the hardware. Let me first address the global ecosystem of artificial intelligence. Back in 2003, 163 countries of the world came together under the aegis of UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, and they gave their signature, their state affirmation to what we call the UNESCO Ethical Recommendation for Artificial Intelligence. Nigeria happens to come under this umbrella, this framework. UNESCO, 2 years later, assigned to Globethics, Geneva, Switzerland, the mandate to come up with best practices in ethics in higher education. EHE, ethics in higher education. Ethics in higher education deals with the best practices in managing moral principles, values, and character-based quality assurance in higher education. That means there is an ethics in everything you do in a higher institution before you can achieve quality assurance. There is an ethics in everything you do in higher institution before you can achieve quality assurance. And what do we owe to the world? Higher institutions, according to this concept, owe to the world the production of quality graduates, human capital, transformed human resources that can handle effectively and efficiently the development, the sustainable development of their countries, the sustainable development of globes. That means we have 4 tasks under this ethics in higher education. We teach, we learn, we research, we engage in community development. Is it not so? Is it not so? And for each of the tasks, there is an ethical framework. When somebody was asking Professor Ikechukwu about what is the place of plagiarism, I knew that he needed to bring in the ecosystem of application or deployment of artificial intelligence in higher institutions. Plagiarism is intellectual dishonesty. It is intellectual stealing of tax. I am privileged to serve on the expert mechanism panel of World Intellectual Organization since 2011, and I'm also an expert serving on UNESCO's technical working group for ethical deployment of artificial intelligence for Nigeria. On the 22nd of June to 24th, UNESCO Nigeria, UNESCO Africa, with the European Union, we came out with what we called the Artificial Intelligence Readiness Assessment Methodology Report. And it was all over the news. How many of you heard about that? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very impressive. Now, the essence of the UNESCO ethical deployment of AI is to make sure that countries who are signatories to that strategic document prepare themselves ethically to deploy artificial intelligence. What does this deployment take? Ethics in artificial intelligence, in its deployment, means number one, it must be human-centric. It must protect human beings. Number two, it must be human rights based. Number three, it must be inclusive. Number four, it must be transparent. Number five, it must be gender-based. And with other sub-ethical systems implied, that means if your country is not ready to put into place this ethical deployment of AI, they should not go ahead. And at the end of each readiness assessment of the AI methodology, countries will measure themselves. Our team in Nigeria, our UNESCO team in Nigeria, we measured Nigeria and said, yes, we attained 50%. That is a lot. Can you clap for Nigeria? I'm not hearing the clap coming out. And you can also clap for UNESCO. And the European Union. And for UNIZIK. When you steal something, what happens to you? The law takes its course. Eh? If you steal somebody's intellectual property, you take what belongs to somebody, AI or no AI, the law takes care of you. In ethical ecosystems, within these ethics in higher education, there's what we call an ethical policy. The University of Nigeria has one. The ethical policy is supposed to execute and implement the content of ethics in higher education. And if you are going to embark on any project, AI or no AI, you must get, as a terminal student, undergraduate, postgraduate, whatever level, postdoc, you must get an ethical clearance from your university. There should be an institute, maybe the Advancement Center can begin to offer that. They must come up with this system and get people cleared ethically before they embark on any research. Because the issue of plagiarism is getting worse with the introduction of AI everywhere. But AI will not protect you from the legal effects or punitive measures put into place by societies when you plagiarize, when you steal somebody's work. I mentioned 4 core areas the university system is embarked upon, whether you're a student or a staff or non-academic staff. If you carry out any of these tasks using AI without apportioning, attributing ownership, authorship to people where you got the works from, it is not a question of Professor Aike Chukwu tracing you and saying you stole. It could go beyond UNIZIK and embarrass the whole UNIZIK because the whole world is watching. So we need to put into place, I repeat, an ethical ecosystem for AI to operate in UNIZIK and in every higher institution. Is that okay? And that must bring into question an ethical policy. An ethical policy covers the 4 tax areas, major tax areas that universities embark upon to make sure that their researches are cleared and everything is going fine. I want to thank you for this opportunity you've given to me to address the ecosystem. When it comes to the security task of artificial intelligence falls within this ethical ecosystem. It's part of the ethics. Because we said in our political science lecture 101 that the protection of lives and property is the first major constitutional responsibility of what? Every government. Before I go into that, I want to talk about the man I'm representing. I don't want to be selfish, please. I'm here as an ambassador. I stand on the protocols and international recognitions of a personality, Azikiwe Udensi, who is my partner and who is also a principal in security management systems. Azikiwe Udensi happens to be the only African subject matter expert on Interpol security systems. Go down on the Akabiko, no, there is a. And he's a member of the board of advancement, board of the university. Azikiwe Udensi has done so much to embed artificial intelligence, computer security system frameworks in ensuring the security of this country, especially with the police. And currently he's working with about 15 countries to make sure that the ethics of AI, deployment of AI in national security systems are achieved. Can we just take a deep breath? Can we take a deep breath and exhale and say, thank God? Take in a deep breath. And when you exhale, say, thank God. Take another deep breath and say, thank God for the final time. Take another deep breath and say, thank God we're enjoying this workshop. Clap for yourselves. Having talked about Azikiwe Udensi, my principal, so I'm here on a representative capacity, and here also on a personal expert capacity. I am grateful. We are lending to UNIZIK a lot of beautiful things, including our Vice Chancellor. Professor Bond, are you here? We imported him and loaned him to you people. So you must work with him and support him. Thank you very much. There's a man. I'll go into the lecture and I won't take your time. I hope, Director, Advancement Center, that you have formally applied to UNESCO, Nigeria, for partnership. Because after our public presentation of the report in which 4 ministries, academia, the European Union, and embassies, they were present, civil society. The next step we are going to do in UNESCO Nigeria is to partner, go to universities and begin to organize workshops for staff and students so that they can know the ethics, ethical deployment in its practical details. Is that okay? Take note of that. We'll talk about that later. We move AI in national security. Before then, there's a man, he wrote a book, How AI Thinks. If you had listened to Professor Ikechukwu's lecture, there were so many fears, so many concerns, anxieties and worries expressed. People were thinking, 7 years back, people thought, if this AI is allowed to prevail, we are going to lose our jobs. We won't get promoted anymore. There will be load shedding. People will lose direction for their lives. Excuse me. Excuse me. Are you aware that we created this? We created this AI concept. We created this theory. We created this artificial intelligence. And before then, God gave to each one of us 3 core intelligences. We have spiritual intelligence that manages ethics, values, character, and spiritual understanding, how God works, how he has created us and made us spirit beings. God is a spirit, and those who worship him must do what? Worship him in spirit. We have a spiritual intelligence. AI hasn't come to that level. Secondly, we have mental intelligence. AI is supposed to mimic. I want to simplify this. It's supposed to mimic how we think, how we reason, our logic, how we organize our mind, our brain. How can something you brought to mimic and you are the model now come and superintend you? It's not possible. We have mental intelligence to control AI. The third one is emotional intelligence. AI cannot have sympathy. It cannot sympathize. AI cannot empathize. There are relationships that human beings are notable for through emotional intelligence. If I'm a father, I have a mother, I have a wife, she is a mother, and then we have children. There are certain core emotional constructs we can embark upon with our children, with our wife, with our husbands, that AI cannot mimic. Now, what is the Getun saying? These 3 constructs that God gave us, spiritual intelligence, mental intelligence, emotional intelligence, are the control measures, power and authority that he gave us to manage anything that we have created. The Industrial Revolution came, people expressed fear. You know that industry, the transformation that took place is going to overwhelm human beings. No. This one, the 4th Industrial Revolution, is on, and people are still afraid. Nigetun says, It's about a 641-page book. I love him because of the fact he said, God has given us control over artificial intelligence. It can never overwhelm us. Do we agree to that? We will control it and it will do what we want. Now, in national security, artificial intelligence is mandated to promote us, to prosper us, to protect us, to transform how we work. Reduce the number of time it takes you to do office work. Reduce the number of time it takes you to do research. Reduce the number of time it takes you to organize data. And then here we are talking about national security. National security is a requirement for self-perpetuation, self-preservation of the state. The requirement for self-perpetuation and self-preservation of the state, its citizens, and its territorial integrity. For a very long time, we have been looking at national security from a very awkward, backward, dilapidated system approach. Remember, there are two segments. We have the military aspect of national security, in which the system we have on the ground helps us to protect the nation, its territory, from foreign invasion, from foreign threats, from border threats. Then we have what you may call non-military segments. Non-military segments. The first one has to do also with the economics, economic security. So outside the primary national security, that is military, we have the economic security, we have the political power security, we have the cyber security, which protects us digitally. And with each one of these areas, there is a basic function. That basic function of what national security delivers to us is aggregation of data, deployment of data, security of data, use of data to protect lives and property, use of data to protect the lives and properties of our citizens. And we know this massive aggregation of data slows down the work of security. It slows down the goals of security. It slows down the objectives of national security. And what are those objectives? If we are here, let me congratulate ASUU UNIZIK for this beautiful hall. It's a good accomplishment for ASUU to have this kind of hall. In UNN, we are still trying to build an ASUU hall. So please clap for UNIZIK. And I've been to several other universities, and this is a milestone. This is a milestone. And it's good that, Madam Advancement Center, you should be using more of your activities here until you build your own. Because I know I'm hearing that somebody's going to build one for you. In Jesus' name. So what you may look at now is that I want to give you a basic scenario. That was the public launch, UNESCO public launch at Abuja from the 22nd to the 23rd. We were there. You know, I was a member of the UNESCO Technical Working Group on ethics of AI deployment in every sector. Yes, can we move that? There are more of the picture. You can see that. Is there a way you can increase that closer? Zoom it, artificial intelligence, ethical impact assessment. Yours truly is there in the middle. This is not photo trick. This is not photo by AI. This one is reality that took place at Abuja, precisely Rockview Hotel. Having said that, I want to create a basic scenario. How would you feel, God forbid, say God forbid, that we are here for this wonderful workshop? And there was a story that some non-state actors are invading this place to come and kidnap. Say God forbid again. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Jesus, for your blood. If you ever think of this, you will not be comfortable. Can you project your mind and your heart? So what is going on? What happened in Ilorin? What happened in the northern states? And some of them are still happening, in which people, in broad daylight, they get carted away. National security is a serious project. And the deployment of artificial intelligence in prosecuting, executing, implementing the goals and objectives of national security, not just in Abuja, in every state of the Federation and everywhere, should make us to pay attention on what artificial intelligence could do to save our lives, preserve our lives, protect us on a daily basis. And how do we deploy that? For now, we have the experts like Sachiku Densi, Ugwaro. And there's some of us who also can consult and work with the experts on this. Nigeria currently is partnering with the United States of America to deploy AI. And some of these deployments are very successful. Some of these deployments are very successful in smoking out where these bandits are, where they are hiding, where they take kidnapped victims to. So we must thank God that US and China have come in to help the country to stop some of these depredations of bandits in every sector. So we need to focus on one big thing: primary national security, applications of AI. Very core, very core. Every state governor that seeks to protect the citizens of his state must be applauded and be supported. I think Soludo is doing a good work here. Is he not? Is he not on security? He's doing it. In Enugu State, we will see how AI also is helping the state governor to build a command state structure in AI and so many others. You see, security matter is not a political matter. If you guarantee my security and that of my loved ones here, you are doing very well. Most importantly, if you use AI to guarantee our security, you are doing marvelously well. And that is why we need to say that security is more than the political. Don't be partisan about it. If somebody is trying to secure the lives and property of those in his state, he's doing very well as a governor because this is a constitutional role. I go to that slide. So we look at primary security applications of AI. If we look at it, it's not just in Nigeria. AI is transforming the security frameworks by automating cognitive tasks, synthesizing vast data reservoirs in every area and giving us a tactical response that is very speedy. In cyber defense and electronic warfare, if we know about cyber warfare, people can enter through the digital space and attack your digital content and integrity. And once they do that, there will be problems in your country. The third one is that intelligence. AI helps us to give us intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Every day, our police, army, Air Force, our static and security agencies, both kinetic and static, they are overwhelmed. They are overwhelmed. Data comes from left, right, and center. Sometimes they find it difficult to gather intelligence, and security is intelligence. And what does AI help? Once you establish an automated AI system for gathering of data, it helps you to aggregate. It's a force multiplier. AI, underline this, is a force multiplier. It helps you to get data from satellites, from information systems, from human beings, and from other sources, and then it interprets it. Professor Ikechukwu told you, do you know you can build your own AI app? You can use Claude. How many people have used Claude here? How many? That's encouraging. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. You can use Claude to design your own app. You can use Claude to design a website. But most importantly, if you see a security threat, you can use Claude and then Security Up, which is an app to define the security threat you have in that particular space. The fourth area AI helps is what we call the command, control, and autonomous systems. I mentioned Enugu State. Under Governor Peter Mba. I'm not political. I'm an expert. And once I see where things are going on well, I make an objective observation, objective assessment, and then I give my evaluation and report. Now, what is happening in Enugu State, for example, instead of just predictive maintenance of military systems, what is already there? Somebody comes, kidnaps, or robs people, and then he goes away. What does the command and control do? AI-backed decision tools will assist those who are in command positions. Remember, they've been trained. And they will release automated air systems that will take different facial recognition, bodily recognition, large language models, interpretations, and everything, satellite pictures to trace and track them. And within 24 hours, they will be held. This is an ethical deployment, is it not? Ethical means responsible, good, value-based use of AI, and it is good for security systems. Sometimes there are two scenarios you see on the express. The security man, policeman will stand there. And when you come, you say, how road now? How market? Well done. These are innuendos for asking for small change for the pocket. And when they are asking for that, how market now? I hope, madam, you travel well. Okay, well done. Robbery is going on. Just 10 minutes away or 20 minutes away. But if there is a command and control structure that is using aerial satellite systems, and the policemen are in vehicles using the same automated aerial systems, and the man is inside, they shouldn't be on the road, he will be seeing the interpretation. There's a threat. There's a threat. Something is going on. Move towards this direction. And then he can mobilize. This is AI. So when you look at the Kleber case studies, you find AI beautifully deployed in practice. Different nations have their different approaches. They've gone very far. The United States, for example, they have centered on human machine learning, what they call Project Marvin. This project has what you call ethical guardrails and tactical decision speed. Something happens, the app immediately takes action. What it needs is just for you to trigger a button, press it, press a button, and it moves into action. China is driven by what you call intelligentization. Intelligentization. What does it mean? Algorithmic speed. They use what you call swarm. You know the bee. The bee moves in swarms. Once something happens, there's a threat. They move it. The drones and the automated air system, they get there. One must kill it, that threat. So that is the system that is obtainable in China. In Russia, Russia uses what you call the unmanned ground vehicles, UGVs, and information warfare. They are very good in destroying the information systems of people, and you can see the use of prioritizing these UGVs in Ukraine. They just put it there and they keep on killing people. They don't care. They got information. The system is there, airborne, watching 24 hours. Once a soldier moves into an apartment, whether civilians are there, but the soldier has moved in there, who has been identified as a threat, it will bomb the whole place down. This is not so good. It's not so ethical. Then in Ukraine, you see how Ukraine has been there for a long time, surviving the onslaught of Russian military aggression, because they believe they have this rapid combat testing, localized, attritional, automated systems. The drones are sent. They will wait until the threat comes out of where civilians, or what you may call non-military personnel are, it will attack. So in US, we have the United States human machine teaming. In China, we have what we call the intelligentized warfare. Russia has its robotics and information operations. Ukraine has its decentralized attritional warfare. What does our country have? What does Nigeria have? I don't know. Can somebody just stand up? I don't believe in mass protest. Yes, 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 yes. There's a young man there. Yes, come and talk. Come and talk. Come, come. Yeah, because we are looking at nations. The apps, the AI apps they have built to protect their countries, to fight their wars and battles, you know. And then at the end of it, I'm asking, where does AI, Nigeria stand with AI deployment in military systems, military warfare. Yes?
Nigeria
Can you tell us your name and your department?
My name is Daniel from Chemical Engineering. Nigeria has modernized weapon and equipment.
Here is department. They said they didn't hear your department.
My name is Daniel from Engineering. Okay. Nigeria has modernized equipment.
Nigeria does what?
Have modernized equipment.
Can you tell us the kind of modernized equipment they have for building roads?
Yes.
Eh?
They have mineral resources like lead and other stuff.
That is a different ball matter. We are talking about the AI apps we have invented for security measures that will protect Nigeria, protect us from bandits, and secure more lives and properties. Now, as good as AI is in deployment towards achieving security architecture aims and objectives, there are problems. Number one, we have what we call strategic risks and governance dilemmas of AI in security deployment. Why AI is good in introducing dynamic systems that help with our security architecture, security integrity. It also introduces what you call systemic vulnerabilities that challenge global strategic stability. If you take a drone to the north, a drone that was trained, that was built in the Western sphere, if you don't retrain it, if you don't readjust its functional and machinery focus on people who are wearing not suits, not coats, not jogging drawers, but people who are wearing babariga and Igbo agwagu as security threats. They will see people who are wearing suits, coats, and they will descend on them. So that is the thing we were talking on, algorithmic instability. We need to get the experts, like Sachiku Densi. We need to get them to begin to redesign, pay them. It takes money. State government should engage them. They should involve them. And when you look at it, you find that is, for example, the Middle East countries are engaging them. Interpol has held several AI-related security workshops in 65 countries. And Vice Chancellor should send somebody like Professor Bele, to go there and acquire AI security system certification. Kugedenu na aka for nka biko no. Oga be bi do mebe nwayo. So we have also what we call the algorithmic miscalculation. How many times have we seen Nigerian Air Force targeting Boko Haram, and the next thing they land in a market and they cement every trader, everybody that is in the market. Last 2 years, it happened, and his apologies all the way. But human lives have been affected. How do you manage that? Then the third one is that there's a feeling that artificial intelligence in security systems, because it's built on expert framework, is built on precision. People could say, let's keep fighting. We heard what Trump said, that he will decimate the civilization of Iran. He will wipe Iran off the face of the earth because he has unmanned drones. These are engineered and prepared AI systems in security. And at the end of the day, there is escalation, threats of war, and war everywhere. Then you have also what you call the proliferation of cyber and biological threats. You know, when Ebola came, there was a feeling that Ebola was a biological invasion. They said it was a gorilla, that caused it. The gorilla got infected, and every one of us in Africa did. But people said no, it was a biological invasion from outside. And they mentioned some countries. I will not mention them. But today, Ebola has come and gone. And then you have the hypervirus, all of them. And they said they are injected into the atmosphere. It becomes a problem. We look at Nigeria's artificial intelligence security infrastructure. We have moved from what we call the reactive, static, manpower-heavy strategies to technology-driven, intelligence-led operations. Before, if you come out, you will find, for example, on a road, 20 policemen standing on the road. You go to Enugu, you can't get more than 2 with the aerial AI automated patrol vehicle that is capturing everything that is happening within the confines and the environment of the place. So AI has helped us to build what you call a hybrid intelligence shield to protect our communities, to protect us. That we are talking theoretically. It is not the reality in so many states. It is not the reality everywhere. Sometimes people desire something, but to have the political power, the willpower to budget resources to ensure that these systems are put into place, it becomes a corruption problem. We will not go into that. If you look at what we call the counter-terrorism efforts today, the Nigerian Armed Forces have started deploying up to 45% of AI automated systems in their counter-terrorism effects, and they're having wonderful results. And then we have financial constraints. For God's sake, we have challenges to AI adoption in Nigeria. Because somebody will say, oh, we need AI. We need to deploy AI. We need it in higher education. I mentioned 4 tasks and where we could deploy it. These are practical, pragmatic, hands-on workshop that needed to be carried on after today, so that the thing can percolate down to faculties, it can percolate down to departments and the different units, even to non-academic staff. There is AI in administration. There is AI in management. You can use AI functionally and effectively in administration, university management. That's what we call TopCat. TopCat has been designed for effective, efficient management of university systems. So that, number one, your university will be student-centric, it will be staff-centric, and it will be innovative-centric. But what is the problem? Excuse me, madam and Awka. We have what we call the infrastructure deficit. The Club of Rome, headed once in Nigeria by Professor Monsino Obiorike, came up and submitted to the United Nations Economic Agency what we called the digital divide. The digital divide. What does it mean? Somebody stood up and asked a question. Can AI operates without the internet? You might as well ask the question, can AI operate without laptops, computer systems, and phones? How many people can afford these computer systems? If you come within communities, you could still divide it by gender gap. 65% male, 35% female. If you come within stem cell, we still have this access. There is a problem of infrastructure, equipment, and access. Then what about knowledge? Do they know how to operate computers? A lot of people, including my mother, we bought a phone for her. A new phone in 2021 when I traveled to Switzerland. And I said, Mama, this is a phone for you. Her response was to Fiakwa. My mother, she's alive. Glory be to God. Wonderful woman. She said to Fiakwa, Kedi ihe ngeji nke a mee? Ngeji esi ofe ka ngeji agwa abacha. And I had to hand over that responsibility to the last born in the family to start teaching. And how old was this last born? He was, 15, 16 years. And every day, he committed to teaching her how to use this system. We have infrastructure deficit. We have what you call data silos and quality. Let me talk to you about data silos. We're in the university system, for God's sake. Silos are intentionally, deliberately protected administrative units in which people own and they refuse others from coming in. And they don't want to open up to other people. This kills university systems. You come to a faculty of social sciences or arts, they have their silos. And then the faculty and the dean, they have their own silos. They don't allow other members of even the same faculty to come in. They say, no, this is not for you. You can't come in. How can AI be ethically deployed when we have such limited constraints of silos in our systems? And for God's sake, what we have in the university system is small child stock. When you go to ministries at the state and federal levels, when this public presentation by UNESCO took place in Abuja, we had no less than 6 federal ministries that came. They said they have a budget on AI. They have their own program on AI. They have their frameworks, and they have department units as staff assigned to. They assign their staff to manage AI. So at the end of the day, this proliferation doesn't open up to one another. In the university system, for example, you must open up to one another. If Professor Belle sees somebody who can give her a good, creative, innovative idea that will help her and the board to achieve their noble goals, she will open up, and I know she's that kind of woman. And I thank her for this. But what do you say of others? There is a problem. So we need to avoid strategic risks and then other challenges of silos, administrative silos. We have opportunities to do something wonderful. But we need to sit down. If this university selects 5 personalities, including Madam Advancement, to go for training on applying AI in managing the security infrastructure of UNIZIK, do you know the wonderful effect it will have? you are going to set up what we call the command and control centers in UNIZIK. But it takes money. But we pray that money will come. But first, there has to be the political will. I want to thank you. I want to say, even though the time is limited, take what Nigel Toon said, how AI thinks. How AI thinks. This thing came out of us. It came out of our spiritual intelligence. It came out of our mental intelligence. It came out of our emotional intelligence. What an akali nia on nia? Eh? What are the akali kwan nia na nia? AI bukwan na ne wani. Eh? Control measures are hidden in those three areas. And in terms of security, we must ensure we deploy artificial intelligence in securing our security everywhere. In Jesus' name.
Please put your hands together for that beautiful lecture. I know if I allow Prof, he would want to take much time. Please put your hands together as Prof returns to his seat. I know you have so many questions. Just keep your questions, keep them, because I know Prof will have enough time to attend to the questions when they will come. Thank you again. Thank you again and again, the man from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. God bless you for that lecture. Director. Okay, so we'll just have a 5 minutes break interlude, then we'll move into the next lecture. So prepare yourself. Let me prepare your mind, because you may not know who is coming next. Many of us know about the CEO of Flutterwave, Olubenga Abola. He will be the next lecturer for all of us. And so don't be in a hurry to do anything, just learn. Like I said earlier, many of us would be in the faculties on your rooms in Ifite or hostel, and then you just be spending your time on AI-generated TikTok. But here you are to learn from the experts and from the masters. So relax yourself, because Benga Abola would take us on artificial intelligence tools for workplace administration. Artificial intelligence tools for workplace administration. So when we get the prompt, we'll just connect to them, and then the lecture will start. So we have just some few minutes of relaxation. Compile your questions, get ready. Because I have about 41 questions for the last speaker, because the area he talked on borders on Nigeria security question. And sometimes I wonder, with all this AI, artificial intelligence, we bandy about in Nigeria, where we still have kidnappers carry our men and women into the bush, record themselves, make calls, and then post them on social media. And yet, with all the machines we have in Nigeria, nobody would ever go there to, dictate where they are and arrest them. I don't want to sound a little bit of negative, but I think that Nigeria has a lot of issues. Very many issues, not just funding. Somebody said Nigeria is not a poor country. If one person can embezzle up to 9 trillion naira, 9 trillion naira, which formerly used to be our national budget, one person that is known. What about those who have billions of dollars stashed in their houses? And then you say Nigeria is poor. Nigeria is not poor. I don't believe that. What makes us poor is because we know the amount of fuel that we drill. What about the lithium, the gold that are unaccounted for in the north? We can use AI to monitor those things too, so that we can harness our national wealth to put them together, so that our citizens will enjoy the benefits of a country. Nigeria is really in dire straits. I pray that we will one day find good leaders who would save our country. The challenge of Nigeria is not wealth, it's not money, but the challenge of poor leadership. People who are not supposed to be in governance are the ones who are ruling us. In a place where illiterates, people who are not governed, who are not learned, people who are not philosopher kings, take charge and decide on those who are intellectuals. What do you expect? You will see the world returning on its own. But we'll pray that one day God will lift Nigeria, give us a leader who would implement the desires of Nigerians. We do not know when, but like those who believe in the scriptures will tell us, God will always have his way. He moves in a mysterious way. We'll keep praying. While we pray, remember, faith without work is dead. Sometimes we find the powers in our hands to change our destinies. When we cannot get on bended knees, we get them by force. We change the system. There is something called revolution. I won't advocate one yet. But we wait for Flutterwave to tell us how AI can help us to do some works in our offices, in our environments, write our memos, and then prepare letters that will always be delayed in the offices. So once I have the prompt, we join my dear friend Benga Abola on the internet, on AI, so that he can speak to us. DJ, please just soft tunes while we wait for him. Thank you. DJ, tune it down a little bit. DJ, break it down a little bit. Yeah, it's okay this way. It's okay this way. When it's too high, it becomes noise. It's okay. We are trying to obtain clearance from the internet so that Flutterwave could join us. He's already online waiting for clearance. So once that is obtained from the tech expert here, we'll have Flutterwave with us. I know this session will benefit people who are already working because a lot of things we do by ourselves could be done by using AI. I'm very much aware that people used to advise us to work very hard, work hard, work hard. But these days we hear something like work smart. If you work hard these days, you will sweat for nothing. While you try to work hard, you must work smart too.
About a breakup.
That's why people are in the market pushing barrows and the rest of them. Somebody is in his house with just his laptop, making millions without jumping up and down. DJ, bring it down. Bring it down. Thank you. So I want us to pay attention. While we have tech and have AI, it is also important that we strive to maintain our originality, our human nature, by not transferring, I'm particular about that, all our creative thinking to the AI. It is important you learn how to create things by yourself. DJ, please. The party is over. Thank you. You can kill it. God bless you. While we strive to do all we do to survive, one thing I know for sure is that we can also try as much as possible to ensure that we have this natural creative thinking so that we don't become handicapped one day because of AI. Okay, thank you very much. Now we have the Floater Wave presenter who is going to take us on artificial intelligence tools for workplace administration, to be delivered by Olubenga Abola. Now he is already present at the site, if you can see. So his time starts now. Thank you very much. We are eager to listen to you. God bless you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm currently representing Flutterwave to talk more about artificial intelligence, tools for workplace administration. So today we've been talking about artificial intelligence all day, right? And AI is here. It's no longer a buzzword, but what has been spoken about today by both professors before me has just been about practical set of tools that are already changing how work gets done. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to be showing you how AI is used in a real technology company and what it means for your career. So to start with, just about who I am, my name is Ayo Babajide. I currently lead the data and AI team at Flutterwave. And as you all know, Flutterwave is Africa's largest payment technology companies. So part of my job, apart from data analytics, is to ensure that we figure out where AI comes in and we genuinely use it to make business run better, right? And it's not only for business to run better, but also for us to use it responsibly and safely. So I'm not here to tell you hype. I'm here to tell you exactly what works, what is working for us, and what can work for you as future, in your future growth, in your future careers, and even for the lecturers here as well. Right. Okay, so this is my big idea, right? And the other speakers before me have already touched on this, which is that you're not competing with AI, you're competing with the people who know how to use it. And your goal is to be that person that knows how to use AI. Now, everything else that has been spoken about today is just hinging around this. Like I said earlier, AI is here, it's here to stay. If you compare the models that have been running in the last 3 years, it is improving and they keep improving on it. So it's not going anywhere, right? So the best thing for you to do would be to know how to use it, because the people you're competing with, not just in Nigeria, but also globally. They know how to use it and to use it well. So the first thing we'll talk about is how AI is a productivity multiplier, not a replacement. I agree with the previous speakers who said AI is not here to replace us, right? It's just here to just make you do multiple things and multiply your productivity. In the old world, speaking as someone who has worked in the age where there was no AI, in where people value, oh, how long have you been at your desk? You have some organizations who value people that stay late at night. Promotion is based on how visible you are to be working, right? And a lot of people had to work for longer, had to work harder, had to do a lot of things manually. That's the old order. What we have now is a new world where your value is your output, right? Your value is your output. Your value is how quality your work is. Your value is using the right tools. Basically means your value is working smarter, right? The person who is spending 6 hours writing a report versus the person who uses AI, right? Writes the report, fine-tunes, and even goes ahead to implement. You can see that those two people have used their time very differently. So that's the world we're getting into now. It's no longer about working longer. It's now about the the quality and the kind of output you bring out, how smart you're working. So I just want to take us away from this a little bit, because you trust people or trust the Western world to do tests and validate all of these claims. So the Harvard Business School and BCG is a consulting group, BCG, McKinsey. In 2023 September, they conducted a study, as at that time, AI was relatively new. When I say new, I mean to the public, right? So they ran a test. They said they brought in 756 professionals and they divided it into two groups, right? So this group use AI, this group don't use AI. And now let's see what is going to happen. And what we saw, right, is that the AI group delivered 12% more tasks completed. The professionals that use AI finished their work significantly in more time than compared to the group that didn't use AI. Another thing was that the task completion speed increased dramatically with AI assistance. And the last thing they noticed was that quality of work improved substantially. So work wasn't only fast, it had more quality. Now, this study was conducted in 2023 when AI was new and those models were not as good as they are now. So you can imagine what would happen if, or what is happening now, right, when we have models like Opus, Sonnet that are so much faster and have so much, that are so much improved on the previous models of ChatGPT, of AI. So this is just to show that, with AI, you can be faster and better at the same time. It's not you don't have to pick and choose. Now, what I want you to take from this, what I'm saying, is that AI is a head start for beginners, right? One of the things that the study found out is that the largest gains went to those with the most room to grow. So obviously they have the performance metrics or the performance of those 758 staff. And they realized that for those who, maybe they had room to grow, AI helped them to elevate. So basically, it's helping to narrow the gap between the most and the least experienced, because you're able to do more research, you're able to apply yourself more, right, when you use AI. So this is just to show you that your students, so you might be scared that, oh, I'm going into the workforce, I don't know anything, I'm not experienced, but I'm here to tell you that you don't need experience to benefit from AI, right? Whoever picks up these tools and puts it to good use is going to benefit immensely from it. And if you look at the graph here, right, you can see that people with more experience still benefited from AI. So it just goes to show that whether you have experience, you don't have experience, as long as you're using AI, your performance is going to definitely improve. Now, another thing is AI gives you back your time, right? And I don't want us to be scared to say, oh, AI is going to replace us. It multiplies you by taking the work that drains you. I will use my unit as an example. I lead the data and analytics team. And one of the things that AI can do very, very well is data and analytics. But hey, here I am, I still have a job, and my team members still have jobs. What is different and what has changed in the last few years is that we no longer focus on delivering dashboards. So we no longer have to build reports, spend all our time building reports. Now our end users can build reports at a click of a button, while we focus on more strategic work, like helping the company to move forward, moving the AI, journey, and making sure that the company is safe and our data is safe at the back end. So it gave us more time to do more strategic work as opposed to just building dashboards all day. So it has given us back time. All of that time that we used to spend, literally we could spend weeks, back and forth with the stakeholders. Oh, this is what I want this, building just one dashboard. But AI has given us that time back because we don't need to spend that much time building dashboards because AI can do that. Now, AI doing that doesn't mean we now become jobless. It means we can pick up additional skills. We can learn how to prompt. We can learn how to build, we can learn how to build applications that help the company. I hope that's clear. So, it just basically AI takes all the repetitive work that drains your day. So as a student, you can think about, summarizing your notes. It can help you to tidy up your references. If you have an idea, you can put all the ideas down and then AI can help you fine-tune your thinking, right, into a very clean outline. If you're stuck on something, sorry, is someone saying something? Okay. If you're stuck on something, AI can help you to just explain the concept and break it down to you in as granular form as you want, right? And what does that help you do? It helps you to focus more on what you can actually do. It gives you time back to actually understand your material, understand exactly what you're being taught at school. It helps you to solve the hard problems, right? And it helps you to, instead of spending all the time trying to do the admin work, you can actually take some pointers, go back to your lecturer the next day, have your own argument, helps you to basically, right? So those are the sort of things that you can gain. So taking it to technology companies like us. And I don't want you to see AI as something very, very big. Those recommendations, there's an algorithm, right, that shows you those recommendations. You go on Instagram, you want to do some shopping, you message a vendor, and immediately, let's say you're messaging them at 2 a.m. Immediately, you get a response that says, oh, I'm going to be with you shortly, blah, blah, blah. We are closed now, but we'll be with you by 9 a.m. That's also something that is automated using AI. So the same way, we have AI in technology companies like ours, and it is, inside everyday operations. But I will just pick specific use that will use it. First is in data and decisions. We process millions of transactions, right? And what AI does for us is it helps us to turn those data into answers. So before AI, we had to spend some time. The data analyst will look at it, do this and do that. It can take up to a week for analysis work to come out. But with AI, we have decisions, we have analysis at a go, right? We are able to know exactly what's happening because AI can do it faster. So it's faster time to results. And our leaders are able to decide quickly because sometimes the markets move very fast. The analysis you've done, you've taken a week to do. By the time you're implementing all your strategies, time has gone, the market has moved on. But with AI, we are able to go to market very quickly. That's one way. Another use case is fraud and monitoring. So AI helps us to flag patterns. One of the things AI does very, very well is to identify patterns. We have been in existence for several years, right? Coming up to 10 years. And the data exists. So what AI needs to do is just take all of that data and notice patterns. And once it notices those patterns across all of those transactions, as those transactions are happening in real time, it's helping to flag. So as it's helping to flag, it helps the risk analysts to do the rest, to use their human judgment to do the rest. So that's how we use AI today in fraud. In customer support as well, we have their questions resolved instantly. We have so many customers, and the way it works, we have so many lines. We have the telephone lines, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and it's very hard to reach customers. And one of the things that AI has helped us with is we are able to answer customers' questions instantly. They don't need to wait. So, the human beings on the back end, they are drafting the responses, and AI is a very intelligent tool. It helps to just answer those questions to the customers, and the ones they can't answer, passes it on to human. In our internal workflows as engineering, the people here who have used Claude, ChatGPT can see how fast it helps you. So you write a code, you're reviewing code, it just helps you to be faster, right? And it helps us automate, internal routine work, things that would typically take hours. It just helps you automate it really quickly. And we also use it for KYC and information research on our customers. AI speeds up the check. So AI is able to scrape internet, and it can check for information on your customer. Before, it used to be manual, right? Now we have AI that is able to just do for a group of customers all at once. And it means that we can onboard businesses faster, right? We can be compliant, and we can just ensure that our ecosystem is safe. So that's pretty much how technology companies like ours use AI in our operations. Now, and if you've noticed in all of these things, there's a human being at the end of it, right? The goal is not to remove human beings. The goal is just to make sure that AI is sort of like a teammate. So think about it like a teammate that has 100 hands and can do 100 things at once. So AI is not like something that we just leave it on autopilot. A human being has to be in the loop. So heavy lifting here means the tasks that are very, very manual, they take time. So that's what AI does best. The human still makes the call. When we do the analytics, we don't just trust AI and say, oh, what it says is the best because it's so fast. No, we have to also look at it. We have the context of our organization. We have the context of our country, Nigeria, and we are able to just fine-tune what AI has already done. Same with KYC, fraud detecting. It helps us do the major work very fast, and then the human being still makes the call. Now, going over to preparing for the AI-powered workspace. It is very important to know that AI literacy is the new baseline. Like wherever you're being hired, it is very, very important, and it is mandatory that you know how to use AI. and every profession would expect it. I can't think of any profession where they'll be fine with you saying, oh, I don't know ChatGPT, or I don't know how to use it, right? However, AI does not replace critical thinking. One of the pitfalls of having AI now is a lot of people sort of delegate their thinking to AI. That is where you distinguish yourself amongst other people by making sure that, yes, you're using AI, but yes, you can also think for yourself, right? Now that AI is on the rise, human skills rise in value. So employers now value things like critical thinking. How do you adapt? Because things change really quickly, right? So how do you adapt? How can you learn new skills? How do you collaborate? Are you emotionally intelligent? Can you make good judgments? So those are the kind of skills that you still need, right? Even in an AI-powered workspace. And having AI does not mean you don't need to learn how to do something. I'll give a couple of examples from my own profession. So yes, AI can build dashboards and reports, but you still need to know how to do it, because sometimes AI gets it wrong, or AI doesn't know. AI, it can get it wrong basically, and if you don't know how to do it, you wouldn't know when it is getting it wrong. So you still need to learn how to code, right? You still need to learn how to do all of these things, because if it gives you a script and you just carry that script and you drop it and something breaks, for example, if you don't know how to code, if you're not versed in your profession, you would struggle because you won't be able to debug what AI has done. So it's still important, even though we have AI that makes it quicker, please make sure you're learning, right? You're still learning. You make sure you know the career path you've chosen. Make sure you know it, you understand it very well. And, still in school as well, you have to make sure that you understand exactly what is being taught. You're not just copying and pasting, plagiarizing, because you get caught out eventually. So these are some of the habits that I think you should inculcate in your daily interactions with AI. First is to use AI as a thinking partner. You have to push it to reason. You can't just take exactly what it gives you. You have to make sure that you push back. Professor Ikechukwu, I think that's what his name is, said you have to tell it to act. So act like an engineering student. Tell me this, that. Tell it how to think. And when you think, when you want to make sure that it is doing the right thing, push back. Tell it, oh, I don't think this is right. Dig further. Don't make it a one answer thing. Oh, you're typing a prompt, it gives you an answer, you take it immediately. Make sure you push back. Make sure that it's like a banter, thinking. You guys are thinking together. So that's the best way to use AI. Another thing you need to do is always verify the output. AI is very, very confident. AI's confidence is next level. And a lot of times, it doesn't mean that it's correct. So make sure you're checking the facts. Make sure you're checking all the sources. A lot of times, it brings out, you can ask it, where did you get this information from? Then go there by yourself and check it. Because sometimes it can misinterpret something and make it appear as something else, So you have to be very, very careful when using AI. Always make sure you verify outputs. Also, learn to prompt well. You have to be very, very specific with what you want it to do. It might involve actually writing a long essay, right? Prompt well, be specific. Also, don't tell it everything you want it to do at once. So give it the prompt in steps. So, okay, first step, this is how I want you to think. First of all, do this. When it has done that very well for you, then you take it to the next step. Okay, after we've done this, we've concluded, now do this. So that's how you prompt, right? And you get better results every time you do that. And the fourth thing is to build a portfolio. It's with this day and age of AI, it's great to start your job hunting, your career with something you've already built, right? Like the good doctor said, you can use Claude to build apps. So try your hand at it, play around with it, and so that you can show that, oh, this is what I've been able to build, this is what I know how to do, right? And again, just to reiterate, AI can help you to prepare for the workforce, but you have to start these habits now, right? Use AI as a thinking partner. Make sure you verify your outputs. Make sure you learn to prompt well and build a portfolio. And for the lecturers as well, like Professor Ikechukwu mentioned extensively earlier today, AI can help you to prepare materials faster, generate practice questions, give students quicker feedback. Like it helps you to do those things that take a lot of time. And it helps you to focus on the students, right? Doing things that will make them better instead of, not like it's a waste of time, but it just helps you to be very, very quick. And the goal for AI is not to outsource teaching. It's just for you to spend less time on the manual parts and more time on the actual teaching, which I'm sure we all love to do. So the final section is just how to stay sharp and use AI responsibly, which the last speaker has touched on in depth, right? So the first thing, like I said earlier, is to verify outputs. When you have numbers, you have names, make sure you look at the sources. Is it outdated? Can I still use this? Is this still valid? Is this validated? Right? So make sure that you verify your outputs all the time. Second thing is to keep ethics central, right? Make sure you're not feeding personal information into public AI tools. Anonymize if you can. If you have to put a data set in, randomize, remove the names, anything that can identify a person, you can just keep it as person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, instead of actual names, right? So just make sure that you keep it central and you don't get yourself into trouble. These are habits that you can start to do so that when you get into the workplace, you're already used to them and you don't get in trouble or, do a serious breach at any organization that you work in. And of course, AI is just there to advise. Make sure that you have your own judgment. Make sure you're always learning. Make sure you're always keeping up to date so that your judgment is also good enough so that you stay in charge. AI can just advise you and then you can decide, right? So yeah, using AI is very, very smart in academics. But you, like I said, you have to still make sure you're learning and you are not, because at the end of the day, if you are just using AI to churn out your work and you're not actually learning, you are doing yourself, like our parents would say. You're not doing yourself really, because it will show, right? Wherever it is you go, it will show, it will reflect that you don't know, you don't have depth in your field. So thank you very much for having me. But I just wanted to just add that, the technology that we're seeing now, right, it didn't exist in this form a few years ago. A few years ago, AI wasn't this advanced. We don't know how it's going to play out in the next couple of years. So the most valuable career skill that you can have, right, isn't mastering one tool. You have to continuously learn. You have to continuously learn. Whatever degree you're getting from the university is going to just get you into the room. Your ability to keep learning keeps you there. In my 7 years here at Federal, I can tell you that, and I've been working for a longer time, right? I can tell you that the learning never stops. It never ends. So don't think, oh, I'm done at uni, I'm done from uni, that's it, I'm not learning anymore. That's not true. You have to keep learning. You have to keep going with the times. You have to know exactly what is going on around you, and that's what is going to make you have a very long and successful career. So thank you very much. I don't know if anyone has questions.
All right, thank you very much for. Please, DJ, put it down. We don't need music now. Thank you very much for being timely and moving straight to the point and delivering your lecture on behalf of Olubenga Abola on artificial intelligence tools for workplace administration. I may wish to crave your indulgence to please hang on because we have a section we called panel discussions, questions and answers. Is meant for all speakers so that people will be free to exercise their franchise by asking questions and then getting feedbacks. And for me, I believe that the most important aspect for this workshop is that question and answer session. So AI is for you. Just hang on there. We'll be getting back to you after the last lecture. And so I wouldn't want us to waste more time so that we can take the questions. If you look at our program, I'm still within time. I love to be time conscious, even though we're running late, just by about just 32 minutes. We're supposed to end this by 1:55, and this is 1:28. So I think I'm still managing my time properly. All right, I want to invite the last speaker who will take us on leveraging artificial intelligence for teaching, learning, and institutional administration in universities. This area concerns all of us. And I believe that we'll have one of our own also who is going to take us on this. He is no other person than Dr. Ikechukwu S. Nnamdi. He is of the Department of Computer Science, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka. Please, Doc, the stage is yours. Thank you very much. How I wish you could do like the last speaker. Save our time. God bless you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Vice Chancellor, the Director, all the other directors here, the deans, head of departments, professors, my colleagues, and the students, all protocols duly observed. My name is Dr. Kenechukwu, not Ikechukwu, Kenechukwu Silvanus Anebogo. So I'm here to talk on leveraging artificial intelligence for teaching, learning, and institutional administration in the universities. I understand that time has far gone. I will use AI in managing my own time now. And I will try as much as I can because you know that in this field, one of the things that we'll do is doing things that we can do in 2 years in 2 minutes. We are going to go through this topic with these 3 headings here: enhancing teaching and learning with AI, transforming institutional administration with AI, and we'll look at the tools, some tools in higher education and industry. So starting with enhancing teaching and learning with artificial intelligence. This first slide is mostly concentrated on teaching. That's for us that are teachers. And we look at what we can do. Personalized learning. Teaching now, the generation that we are now, in fact, the generation that we are teaching now are the generation we call the Gen Zs. And that being said, we are moving to student-oriented teaching. Student-oriented teaching because, one, these students have access to these AI tools. And in most cases, and in some cases, or in few cases, they play with your topic at their own private time. So how do we go about this? Now, the first one said student performance analytics, tools that analyze students' data to identify strengths and weaknesses. Within the Ministry of Education of the state, we had one challenge, the challenge of transfer of teachers. And as a consultant, I was called that we need to see if we can build a system that can enable them transfer teachers based on the strengths and weaknesses of the schools, the students, and the teachers. How do we go about it? I need data. Because if you are listening to Professor Ikechukwu, you would have heard when he said that we have conventional systems, that's conventional programming. Then we have artificial intelligence. That's the third to fourth generation of a computer, where you write codes, sets of instruction for computer to perform tasks. Then the fifth generation of computer, which is now data centered. So we need to gather up enough data to train a model and convert the model to application to perform some functions. Now, what I have in the ministry, because at the ministry there you have the commissioner, that's the ministry itself, you have the PPSSC, you have the ASUU. Now, the data that they had are all files that they cannot even explain at some point. So how do you convert those points to e-notes or e-documents? So that, or how do you digitalize those documents so that you begin to work with them in getting this kind of, in solving these issues? But, you know, as the developers that we are, we have to do something. And ordinarily, we would have said we write 2 lines of code or so and get what we need. But then, what is involved is too much. You have to get from the student, not just test-based, paper-based exam. You said that Bigger Grammar School did not perform well in mathematics. Why did they not perform well? So, getting this kind of situation to this higher institution, to university level, we have courses like the GS courses, we have the course 101, and several general courses that we offer. How do we allocate these teachers? How do we allocate courses to teachers? Because you can say that this particular the faculty are not doing well. This particular faculty are doing well. Why are they not doing well? The answer, our usual answer, they don't pay attention. They can't come to school. It is still fine. But then we need to collect data from the actual people that we are teaching. Even if we don't want to show the lecturer what the student said, we need to model those data to allow the system to do analytics on them. And then being able to rotate these lecturers itself based on what it is being trained on, or the data that I fed the system on. So looking at this, you will see that with this kind of system, remember that we said that they don't take decisions for us. What they do is, based on the input that you gave the system, is giving you something that you can work on. So when this system do data analytic on this data that you have collected, the students, why not doing well? Why not doing well? Maybe it might be as simple as this lecture hall does not work. Maybe that's the reason why. Meanwhile, we are already putting it that they are not serious, they don't read. Maybe the lecturer is not even communicating well. Or maybe they are not even understanding, because from my own experience, when you are teaching people these medical students and some of students down here, you know that they are not of the same, it is correct that they don't have the same understanding based on the level that we used to admit them. So when you come to some certain place, there are some certain features that you need as a human to be able to deliver your job as a teacher, so that these people can understand. These are the things that we model into data and train a system to understand them so that they can take they can give us, provide solutions to us, which we can use to take decisions. Then we have intelligent virtual authors, interactive classroom companion. Of course, you would have noticed that when you are teaching, some students are even recording your lectures. What do you think most of them do with it? They went home to start listening to even the stories you tell inside. No, some of them are too smart that they take that your recorded lecture, go to ChatGPT, beg you to please help him to do what? To teach him this thing that you just recorded. It will now filter the topic in question, then teach it in a way, it depends on what the said student asks. Teach it in a way that the student can do what? Can take it to. So sometimes they are not going home to go and listen to that 2 hours stories, and we now have models that can assist them to break down what you are now teaching and filter them out. That 2 hours lecture can go within 10-15 minutes, and the student will understand. Then for automated content creation, for us that are the lecturers, Prof have already said something on it. Our materials of teaching, of course, with the CC Mass, we had a lot of new courses, and if you go through AI, if you understand AI, if you begin to learn how to use some of these models, it will even help you. How will you sit down to build a complete lecture note, that is what you are going to do over the 2 weeks or 3 weeks breaks that you have. You are given a course, you sit down to do what? To prepare lecture notes. That's the plight of a teacher. It's not easy. And our reward is in what? In heaven. So what do we do? But then we have these models. They can generate the lecture notes for you, having given it the course content. But we do not tell you to carry it and go to class. Sit down as a teacher and humanize that lecture notes. At least it will be easier for you, because while going through them, you would have seen your points, the ones that are there and the ones that are not there. Remember, there has not been a place that you are told that the results of ChatGPT are correct. All the answers they are giving you are correct. It has not been said though. One student mistakenly told me that she did not know how she got E, even after using ChatGPT. And see, after using what? And I told her that one of the funny things is that if I read what you get from ChatGPT, I will know. That is one. Then secondly, I will ask you a question in such a way that you cannot think well inside the hall to give ChatGPT the perfect search query to give you the answer. Because when I apply my question within an environment, when I apply questions now, you will need to explain to ChatGPT well. Then number 3, people like us that teach courses like district structures, digital electronics. In fact, some of these complicated mathematics, get that in and go back to your notes. That's what I usually tell them. Before you think about stealing in the exam hall, you should be smart enough before the exam hall to know when what you thief is correct or not. Because if you are not intelligent enough, you will thief wrongly. You go to a house and thief bag of paper, hoping that you thief a bag of money. So we have we have tools that can enable. In fact, by the time we go down, we'll see some of these tools. Then for assessment and grading, Prof talked about it already. Especially for those of us giving us questions, it is your answer, your result that you gave to the system, that the system is going to use to mark your exams. If they are paper-based, Prof, I've told you, you can convert them and the system will still mark it. If it is, if they wrote through the digital listing, it is even easier, because we have models that can do that one. Then for learning, for learning. This is the part where I talk to students. Adaptive learning platforms. Platforms that can adjust content and person to fit individual students' needs for optimized learning course. Who are your targeted students? Who are you teaching? And that is why, at least in our department, even if you want to, we don't measure biosciences and physical sciences and tell you to go and teach them course 101. Those two set of students are not the same. If you can understand, they are not the same. Students that are mathematics oriented and these ones are not. Because when if you begin to solve problems now and you say, do you understand? You hear, yes. Those in computer science and mathematics are answering you. You think that everybody is following. So we have models, adaptive systems that based on the needs of the targeted audience, you do what? You learn, you teach so that they can learn because you are the tutor. Remember that while we are talking about people losing their jobs, one of the arguments, the base that we have made was that teachers are the last people that will lose their job if it begins to happen. The honest truth is that it is happening. You know, even when we are trying to convince ourselves that these things is not going to happen. At least I have a friend in America that has worked for over 10 years there. He's a senior engineer. In fact, 2 years ago, part of his concerns was that in the office, they have laid out some few people. And him himself is afraid as a senior engineer. And I was now like, why laying out senior engineers? What about those? He told me that the majority of their jobs as senior engineers are decision making. You are finished. Decision making. What is the AI now doing? Even though we are saying that you have the final call, are you telling that to somebody that is trying to save money? Are you trying to tell that to organizations? If they begin to see that, because if the organizations that are doing repeated jobs, that their jobs are repeatedly, that system is not learning anything new. It is not learning anything new. So even with you there, you begin to do what? Do modifications that they can use to retrain those models. And the moment those models begin to get the outputs accurate as the organization needs, you are in trouble. Then you come down to the engineers. Depending on the organization, these things are still difficult. But then, remember already that if you do follow AI trends, you begin to see that we have systems now that has emotions. You will see them. We have them already. At least I have seen the one of happy and sad. If you pinch the robot, it will do aye. It can be get happy. If you bring money, it will be happy. And that robot is a woman. If you bring money, it will be happy. I will tell you about the robot soon. The second one, plagiarism. I won't lay enough emphasis on that. My speaker prof said about it. Professor Onyango said about it also. But then we know that as an academics, both teachers and students, plagiarism is a crime. In fact, going down, I think I have somewhere I had an application that you can even use to humanize what you got from ChatGPT. Now the question is, how is a machine still humanizing something again? The one that is left for me, machine is still doing it. But they are not yet accurate because for a number of times I've used it. I'm still getting 50-50, 50 humanization, 50 AI in most of the things I've used it on. Meaning that now natural intelligence is still remaining. It's not yet complete. But then it is helping me to an extent. If I have 50% help, I will sit down and do the remaining one. You see how much time I've saved. And before somebody will tell me that it's not good, I'll still tell you why it's good. Then we have educational chatbots, 247 educational chatbots. Anyway, be it educational or not. If you go back home now, call that call center in your DSTV again and listen to that voice so that you know whether it is AI or a woman. Confirm. Or you can go out now, call MTN again. That is not so that you hear again. So that you begin to know if you are losing your job or not. These are the reality of where we are going to. Any job, if your job is something that is being repeated, doing repeatedly, it is easy to model. Even though the ones that are not repeatedly, we have what we call the active learning. We can begin to build, we can build robots that can learn from the environment, not as a child, not as a human. Because as a child, this is an orange. If anywhere the child sees it tomorrow, this is an orange. And you need to teach the child the variance of orange, the one that is yellow, the one that is green. The child will understand. The same way for modeling artificial intelligence. But for active learning, now after modeling now, when the system now, when you have solutions or problems that you need the system to be in the environment to take decisions. We now, one of the AI techniques that we employ is now what we call the active learning. Now, how does it learn? Because it has data sets that it was trained with, the knowledge that it has already. It begins to gather more on the environment that it is to do what? To provide solution. Now, within those environments, why it's doing that? It is seeing things that it does not understand, that is not within the knowledge that it has. So within the active learning, the professor is still involved. Because active learning allows you to do what? To still ask you questions. Yeah, what is this? What is this? So, but then, if it is seeing about 5 million data around, it can pick 50 that is closer to what the problem that is supposed to solve and ask you to do what? To what they are, which we call labeling. It will ask you to label it for it. So, which means there are systems that can actually make decisions on the field, even when, because what leads to this kind of systems are limited knowledge. Remember that we are told that these systems are being modeled by you and me, human intelligence, which we call the national intelligence. Now, a situation where there are no much intelligence or idea, or maybe environmental factors, and in fact, if you move down to where AI is coming from, you will take it down to the military, American army, safety, security. How can we put people in a private jet and send them to go and bomb Iran? If there's a natural effect up there and the time bomb has to do what? Explode before it gets to where it's going to. Will people not die? People will die. So why don't we build robots, machines, intelligence that we can send to Cameroon, so that they can take decision when they see effects that they were not, that are not known to them. They can take these decisions. We have the high tensions. You know how dangerous they can be. Why are we still sending people to high tensions in Nigeria? When we can sit down and couple up a little device, send it up, remove that wire, replace it with this one, it will come down. Nobody will die. But if you tell these people now that we can do it now, some people will tell you not to do it. Don't model that one. So the last one, supporting inclusive education. In one of the research teams that one of the teams that I worked on in the NRF, which we got by God's grace, we are successful. We are working on an inclusive system for blind students so that they can understand mathematics in the same class with students that are seeing. So how can you mix students that are blind and students that are missing in the same class, and you'll be at the board teaching and all of them will be following? So that is in fact, that is my latest research now. My head is opening. I used to take 2 hours every night. So even if I don't want to do anything, you begin to think, you'll be doing like this. If you are tired, you just open the internet again and you begin to look at a lot of things, because like we are saying, it is still human intelligence. How do you model this kind of problem? You get a topic, maybe factorization, maybe any mathematics topic. Then a teacher is teaching on the board. Why the students are there following with what? Their chatbots, their mobile application, in any way is going to turn out at the end of the day. We are just looking at how to model the solution to be able to suit these students, having seen their braille and understood how the ones they are using works. Okay, so for that project, we'll see how it goes. We are working with the project for visual impaired students. Sorry, visual impaired students. Then we'll look at transforming institutional administration with AI, admissions automation. We can build a predictive analytic system, train it with the trends of how we give admissions. It's a very large system, but when we have trends that we will train the system with, the system can equally repeat the same thing that we take months and weeks to do. It can do it within minutes or seconds, and we still take the final decision, because the student can finish doing his own. We say the model can do his own, and we still say that you are not correct and still do it. But then we have basis. These are not rocket sciences. How do you give admission? How do you check post CME, the jump, you get the score? We have this quota, and this one is one of the simplest systems that we can model if the higher institutions decide to move towards that direction. Then the student services, counseling, academic advisory. Now we have AI powered platforms already. We can still build AI powered platforms already. Remember that Prof talked about overfitting, because our concerns with some of these models that we have that we can acquire is that the data sets that was used to build these models does not entirely talk about our personal institution, even when they are the same. The advisory that you give a student that has carryover, that can access credit unit in UNN, can be the same in UNIZIK, but not entirely the same. So why are we using system that was built on academic in Sheffield University? We buy that same system to use in Nnamdi Azikiwe University, for example. That is why we have issue of overfitting, because the system over here might be giving you percentage of 70, 75, while over there it has 92. With 70, 75, it can still operate. It can still operate very well at some extent, but then that is why in this our field, in AI, we are pleading with developers, researchers to venture more into creating data sets, localized data sets. So that when you visit these repositories like Cargo, you will get data sets that are from what? From Africa. We don't have much there because we enjoy using the ones that we think that fits our solutions. But those are not entirely does not entirely define Africa. Like Prof said, you take the system to America, and or you bring the system from America here. The system will start seeing people that are wearing suits like the criminals. Then you begin to do what? To see how you can model it so that it begins to understand the way things are over here. What threats means here and what threats does not mean. Then campus security. Prof has talked about it. AI surveillance systems. Why he's talking about Nigeria, refer that same model to the university. It's not a rocket science. You put surveillance cameras around. Then we write a simple code. It is very simple code. What are you writing? What are you telling the system? You have to define what you mean by unusual activity in this environment. What is unusual activity? If you define it, you begin to train models with what? Examples of unusual activities. And when you train the system with this, the system begins to do what? To respond based on what it has. If you tell the system that two students holding together is an unusual activity, anywhere I pick two students holding their hand, it will send a signal to the security. Then you train the system with timing between 8 a.m. between 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. This part of Science Village, people don't used to be around there, especially around my office, because they have done something to me before. You tell them that people shouldn't be here. Anytime the camera sensors what? Anything that looks like even if it is a goat, it will send a signal. And the response team will do what? We go there immediately. Because sometimes it takes a few minutes and seconds to do what? To perpetuate an art. So there's no rocket science there. Likewise, like Prof was talking about security, there is no so much rocket science there. We understand the complexities, we understand the technicalities. All of complexities and technicalities deals with money, funding. If the funding is there, these things can be achieved using AI. Then the last but not the least, financing and resources. AI analyzes resource usage patterns to optimize allocations, demand-based utility, tracking, and predictive supply management. In fact, while I was putting this one, something came to my mind that if I check maybe the last 3 or 4 or 5 vice chancellors, if you do predictive analytics, if you do data analytics on the projects, let me go to the projects that are moving around within the university. Science Village will be last or second to last, I don't know. But see why this is important. If we have data of how resources were shared from previous governments to previous government, like in institutions now, we have a new vice chancellor. It will be easier for the vice chancellor to look at and say, these areas has a minimal resources that has gotten to that place. Because maybe as it is now, everybody's going to the office with his problems. And it will take him time to begin to understand the problems and where to move resources to. So these are the things artificial intelligence can do. When you gather these data around, the system can do what? Can do the analysis for you and project where resources have gone much and where resources have not gone more. Probably with reasons, depending on how the system is being built. Then the third one, which is the last one, I promise that I will be an AI. The AI tools in higher education. At this point, I would have want to open one or two, but let us look at this. The first one, the Chat GPT. Chat GPT. If you look at the bullets there, I'm trying to tell you how what students do with your question paper inside the exam hall. Look at that thing there. That plus or camera icon. If the student clicks on it, it captures your question paper. Over. That's in fact, the moment you share, you give that person question paper, he has gotten the answers immediately. They're waiting for you to say, oh yeah, start. So this is what ChatGPT can do. So, but then, why are we using it in this direction? We had a program in ABS. I think the topic is what AI craze. Whether it's a tool for development or it's a tool for deception. And a lot of people that are calling were like, students should not even go to AI. In fact, they were so angered about allowing secondary students even nearing AI. One of the good things AI has done is that it made knowledge, it brings knowledge to our doorstep. It gets knowledge to our doorstep. So why do we choose to look at a way to abuse the system? Like I said earlier, like ChatGPT is at the base of these AI models. I don't know if you understand. It's at the base. And that is why that is what most of us are using. But if you go to different areas, you see models that you can use that can perform better. But then the students does this. You can see a prompt there. Solve all questions and explain each step. That is the first prompt. He's telling the AI, solve all questions and explain each step. Then answer only questions 1 to 5. Maybe you gave them 6 questions to answer 5. Number 1, compulsory. They will give you number 1 to 5. If you get answer script and begin to see number 1 to 5 everywhere, know that they have dealt with you as a lecturer. Even if you meet it at number 65, return all of them back, start marking afresh, you will find out that they are going in the same direction. And AI will do as they were told, as it was told. But then, okay, you see some of the upload your full notes and ask ChatGPT to do what? To generate exam likely questions. Is this one not good? Before the exam, students, is this one not good? You generate questions that you can use to do revisions. Then you have others. Then, like I said earlier, we have models that can humanize ChatGPT text. In quote, at least I've used, and I have one that I have here, rf.com, that can humanize ChatGPT text. RFs, I think is there. Is there? Okay, that's it here. Now, like I said, for me that I've used, I think this is the best I've used. I have not gotten anything less than 50%. I'm still in between, but to an extent, it has solved some percentage of my problem. So when you copy out your ChatGPT test, you put it there. You have 3 variants there. You can choose variant 3. The system will give you 3 different humanized results. You can test each and every one. You can test them in what? In the AI detection API tool. This one, www.aiornot.com. You can use this one to test whether what you have is your document is what is AI generated or humanized document. So we could have opened them, but if you have this, they are easy to, if you access them, you can understand them easily. Then we have some other tools. You can see them there for writing. If you want to write, cloud seems to be more important, better than ChatGPT. Why now? Maybe because I think one of the features of cloud is that it gives you citation. Not only giving you citation, it will take you to where you can confirm the citation. That ChatGPT, when you generate those things, try and look at those citations that you are getting. Confirm if they are actually the. So if you have used it very well, you will know that it is not depending on the topic anyway. Depending on area of search. Then for research, we have perplexity. We have anyway. People don't. These are our students now. I think it's been long I heard that I did not see it in Google. Most of them are not using Google again. I don't know what their problem is because of chat GPT. And we have email, superhuman. Then we have okay, for studying, chat GPT is okay because it can handle simple questions and generate answers. Then for image generation, we have nano banana. If I tell you that this my picture here now is AI, will you agree? This picture now, if I can test it here, you will see that it is 98% AI. You will not believe. I was asked to send a picture of where I was applying for a program, and I was asked to send a picture. I sent a picture to them. They asked me that I should send a picture with suit. And me, I don't have suit. So I said, okay, let me call my friend and borrow and snap passport and send. She was like, well, she was from China. She said, no, we don't have that. I said, okay. I remember that Twitter has an AI too. And I went to Twitter and wear suits and sent to them. So that is to say, you see the problem that it has solved for me. Within 2 minutes, I'm on suit. I sent it to them. I sent that image to confirm from my AI detector. And I'm having more human in that picture than AI. Do you know why? Because the picture that I used is my real picture. So the system has little to do with AI, just that suit and my ear that it removed. Because I was trying to, but this particular one, AI. So, and you cannot imagine those that are doing, if you say you don't like AI, you're on your own because you are snapping pictures. You snap pictures and they bring a friends for you. Who told you that that is you? If these guys tell you what it usually take them to edit those pictures, you know that all the tools that they are using are AI tools. If you test your picture now, most of them are AI generated. Because my face is not that smooth now. Look at it. I'm not that handsome. But you can, in fact, I was even holding a screw. The picture is not complete. If you see the original picture, what is in the environment, what I was holding in my hand, it's not, I wasn't standing like this in that picture. That's why it's, in fact, what I forgot to reduce, when I saw this banner, I looked at Professor Awka's own and my vice chancellor, and I saw that this thing is by the side. If I go now, I'll change my own to the other side. So, you down there, you have a lot of AI tools, and depending on what you are doing, your area, what you intend to do, you can pick them and look at them. One way or the other, they will benefit you. Now, in conclusion, I will return to that. I will use a short story to conclude. There was a pharmacy, not in Africa, that employed AI to manage the pharmacy shop. The man sacked all his workers. So the only people that are there are those that are cleaning and arranging drugs. So it is the AI that receive payment, issue receipt, confirm your receipt at the door before you go. And you know, pharmacies now, there are some drugs that that shouldn't be there, that are usually there, that you will not know with your ordinary eyes, but those that needs it to know. This AI was modeled to understand that these drugs are contraband, and they have specific buyers, people that buy. These were all the things that was modeled, and the business was doing well. The guy was competing above the other. Now, those other people now begin to hear that he's using AI. So they begin to ask around how they will employ the same AI. Within that place, one of them decided to find a way to destroy that. In fact, to put what we call Ntutu inside that model, so that he can be getting information on what the other man was doing. In fact, you know that hacking is because you know what we do on the hacking. What we do there is these boys are building new malwares, they are building new spywares, they are building, and we are doing what? We are trying to go ahead of them to model solutions that can block them from accessing different networks. And they're always ahead. One of them, I wouldn't know what happened and how, but what really happened was the man found out that his money is now missing. Now, the first question is AI stealing? How is AI stealing your money? Then the second question is, he slept and woke up one day and decided to take all these things away, that he's not comfortable again with the system. Only for him to wake up in the morning, where he used to receive minute by minute, day by day, to see a message: if you remove me, that if you try to disengage me, I will leak to the world. You know what is going to leak to the world? Now, our work now was now to what was this model built with? And we used to forget that even when we are training these models with our intelligence, some people have moved beyond to look at how these models are going to learn outside what we have told them, so that they can take decisions. And these are the place. The questions I usually ask is, what will be the next generation of computer? Because this is the 5th generation. Now the next generation will be the generation that will deal with AI, because we are moving far. Now, actively, if a system begins to move beyond requesting for you to identify this so that it can relearn, it is a problem. That is one. The second short story is this. Some time ago, very few years ago, as a PhD student, I was looking at a work that I want to continue from, and that work is on robotics. So the researcher was looking at building a robot that can replace women in terms of bearing children. So the thing took us. In fact, the thing made us to begin to read a lot of things. It's few years ago. In fact, it was when I met Professor Nyenwe that he told me to, Oga, let us go. And in fact, it was the person that gave me topic. He saw something online and told me to read, to go and research and look at this. And I found interest, AI in auto, AI security in vehicles. And one of my vehicles is using my own security now, the one that so for you to steal it now, if you steal it and steal me, you must make sure that I'm smiling. I'm happy. I'm driving the car the way I used to drive it. If the system notices that I'm not positioning, I'm not in a way, because I've collected hundreds of thousands of images to build that model. And those images are me. The way I pedal, the way I relax, the way I hold my steering. So if he sees anything that is not outside those, if you put gun in my head, me, I will cry. I did not train it when I was crying. If I cry, it will not go anywhere. So that is what I did as my PhD. But then, coming forward, I kept following that researcher. Now, what has happened? Now we had a robots that are used for workers now. If you are following our trend, you see them. They are cost a lot of money. They have been built. These people that are over there are buying them already. That is one. Now, we know the area we have gotten to medicine. Babies can be gotten from the labs now. You know what you need to do. What is remaining? How do you transfer the natural to artificial so that it will form a baby that will grow within 9 months? But say God forbid, like a prop says, say God forbid. But I used to tell some of these guys that have refused to marry, that still want to marry, that have not married, that if they can wait more, they can marry those ones. At least if you check the intelligence quotient of a baby that came from natural and artificial to that your dollared head that is ranging about 30-something%. If you model 2 of them, you'll be getting babies that are about something% intelligent quotient. What they'll be having jump is 400/400. Now, you that went to marry from the village, I don't know what you want your daughter to do. None of them will study medicine again. But say God forbid again. Okay, I think we are going to stop here with a quote. My late father, Professor Anneborg, the person I took over from, said that AI is a bright beast. He said this as far back as 2005, when he built one model, malaria. And he said that the problem that he's seeing that will come from this may be difficult for mankind to manage. So we should be careful about what we are producing. The ones we are seeing now are the ones that we are using. These people over there are trying, we are in Nigeria now, we are predominantly Christians and Muslims. And both Christian and Muslim, we know that there is God in heaven. The other side, what do they believe in? And that should be a cause. I told him anyway, if you can't see it, if it does not happen in your generation, I don't know if it will happen in my generation, but we'll see how it goes. So, but he has died now. So we are still trying to see where it will end. But I believe my last questions are usually, apart from this one there, what will be the next generation of computer? Which problem are they going to solve? Are they going to solve the problem that AI is going to create? We don't know yet. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate all of you.
Please put your hands together for Dr. Kenechukwu Aniboku. Doc, maybe you didn't know that even your late father was my friend. We were very good friends before he died. His death was a shock to all of us because he was a prominent member of my alumni association, one of my most dependable members. We had a meeting a week before he died, and he was at that meeting. Before he died, we were together just a week before he died. And when I got the news, it was a shocker. I said, me and Prof were together now. In fact, before that week, we met in front of VC's office. He was just driving. I just greeted him. He said he was rushing to the bank to withdraw money. And in less than a week, just like that, he was gone. May his soul rest in peace. He was a very jolly good fellow. Okay, thank you very much. I think I enjoyed this particular one because it was very practical about students, lecturers, and learning. I've always followed this AI thing. My only consolation most times is that what AI does is what we ask it to do. If you don't give it instruction, it will just stay like this. I told somebody, human beings build computer. And we load the computer with whatever instruction we want it to do. So if you bring computer and leave it here now, if you don't plug it to the light and press on, the computer is useless. So is AI and the rest of them. But my most important concern is let people see AI as a tool than allowing it to influence their decisions and natural critical thinking. I am particularly bothered because in my department, that was last semester, I gave my students just an assignment, about 280 students. All of them went to ChatGPT, generated almost the same thing. And you know one thing with students, they will not go and read that thing. Once it is called assignment, generate, staple it. Dr. Mbalesi, Shebi, you give assignments, now you go read them by yourself. And so when I got the assignment, I studied all of them one after the other. And I saw the same trend. I said, oh, no problem. Konima and die, Konima and bury am. On the exam day, the first question they saw was the same quiz question. And I tagged it compulsory question, 40 marks. And then in my exam, if you know me, you don't wear wig to my hall. If my exam is 9, I spend 1 hour trying to usher students in. I will bring another female lecturer that will search the girls. But for the boys, we can handle ourselves. If you have anything inside, I'll bring it out. And the way I will stand in the hall, if you have expo, you may end up staying 2 hours. You will write one sentence. Because where I will stand, once you do like this, I will see you. You say, this man, what kind of witch is this? I tell you see that particular course, when I got the answer booklet, I was just laughing. Almost all of them abandoned that question, but it was compulsory, so you had no choice. And so, but the other ones, they will just answer. So very few persons who actually did the work by themselves did something nice. That's why I keep begging our students, use AI as a tool. Let it assist you. Don't transfer your ability to think to AI. It's a big problem. That's my own concern. Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, director have been asking me, I want to give them food. But director, give them food now. I think at this point I'm settled. So we'll take questions and answers. So if you have those questions now, this is the right time for you to ask those questions. I want somebody who can help me with this mic. So that whoever wants to ask the question, just send it to the person. All those questions that bother you, please ask them now. Remember, the person who presented for Flutterwave is still online. And I know that Prof is here, Doc is here. So it is time for interaction. We have just about 15 minutes to do that. So while we do that, the food can be shared. So that at the end of the day, we just take insights from the workshop and then hear the last word from the directorate, and then we dismiss. I think we've gone something nice. So questions, thank you.
All right. I want to appreciate the presenters, those who were vessels to educate us more on intelligence and how to apply it. But I want to ask if it will be possible for the materials, maybe on soft copy or in whichever way, whether it can be made available for some who will be interested to study more, to get more knowledge on that, because I discovered that most of the presenters, they just share some experiences they have inside. They maybe did not focus more on the PowerPoint they use for the presentations. Then also, I want to also ask a question based on the way AI is being used, both by the lecturers and students. We discovered that students and even lecturers are depending more on AI than maybe active engagements. That's natural intelligence. Intelligence. It's as if we depend more on artificial intelligence now, more than that. So I want to ask, I want to ask how or efforts the researchers in artificial intelligence, the institutions and government, the effort they are making to ensure that the students are being encouraged not to depend more on artificial intelligence, that they should also focus more on the active intelligence, that is that critical thinking, relying more on the natural intelligence and use artificial intelligence when necessary. Because by the experience, the doc you shared, you just gave assignment, they went and downloaded ChatGPT information and came and presented to you. We discovered that students, they don't read anymore. You know, they don't go to library, they don't make out time to study hard. They want shortcut, they want already made informations for them to just pass, get grade, get first class, get pass very well, and leave the system, and so on. So that aspect is suffering. I don't know if there is anything that will be done to encourage students to depend more on their natural intelligence than artificial intelligence. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's a good question. All right. Yeah, bring the mic, bring the mic, bring the mic. Yeah, who will take the question? We'll just take the questions as they come so that we don't boggle them up. Give to Doc, yes.
Okay, your first question, lecturers and students depending on AI. Remember there is something that we said earlier. What do you go to digital library to do? Mostly e-learning, right? These AIs, the results they are giving you are results that still come from human expertise. So, like we said, it is just a tool. So when somebody is using the tool, you can't just say that that person is not using his or her natural intelligence. If somebody can consult his or her notes and can go for e-notes, that person can go still use AI tools. They are all learning materials. But now the problem is, after getting those answers, did you humanize them? Or you dump them back the way you got them? Because the essence of this thing is that, like I said, AI brings knowledge closer to you. That is one of the things that it has done. Knowledge is closer to everybody. You see 2, 3 years, 4, 5 years old child now can go to YouTube and search for, what do they call it? All these their cartoons. And now, if you're a parent now that is using your phone to go to the other side of AI, doing bad things, you know that it is the same Gmail that you used to open the YouTube that that child is still using, even when you feel that you have closed all of them. Because we have what we call meta AI now. The things you do, anybody that goes to your phone can still see what you do, even when you think you have closed them. That is why you will see parents have been advised to buy separate phones for their children and register them with separate emails. So they don't register, because those things that you do will still pop up in one way or the other as advertisement, as in between it will pop up. So these are tools. But now as teachers, how do we ensure that these students use these tools very well? You have had Morga. He told you the way he used to handle them. You had Prof. Prof said that the moment you send our work, if it's AI generated, you are failing. And no students wants to fail. So if you put these stringent rules to these students, they will read them and humanize them. For me, you know, when you have 1,000 pages of document, I told you that AI is even humanizing for me. I'm even, if I can find my way, I will write my own humanizer. But then I have not seen one that is that good. The best of them is this one that I just showed you. And yeah, it has not given me more than 50% humanized document. Hmm? Sorry. Okay. What you need to check is collect document from ChatGPT and send. Just random documents. Send it to that one, send it to this one. Compare what they are doing. Because all of them are doing based on what they have within. That's what they are working on. So for students, no, it's not, don't say that they don't read. I made that argument in ABS. I told them, see, look, these students are smart. They are very smart. Forget that tools has made them to copy and dump it. Tell them that they will defend that thing that they dumped. Okay, now, what are we even teaching? You go to teach your students how to build an app, desktop application, or how to create a user interface. The student you are telling has already entered it in an application and generates user interface application for you. That is a program that you can sit down and write in 1 month. He has generated it. Does it mean that it does not use his brain? No, now. When the AI generates that for the student, you look at it. The one that does not match what you need, it takes only somebody that is smart to be able to do what? To address them. Because you have to open those codes and now correct those codes to suit what you need. So for students and teachers, that's why we are part of the reason why we are doing this. That my fellow teachers should bring out more time in looking at what these people are submitting, so that you force them to go and read around it. I had somebody, I think somebody said that that's why he's telling them to, even if you tell them to use paper and foolscap to write it, they can download it complete. But then, when I say student-oriented, I allow students to do what? To discuss around that particular topic. Then you share your experience. You see that they will learn more. Instead of you standing in the board to run a note, to do your teaching, which is teachers-oriented, we allow them to do what? To communicate in between your teaching based on what they have read. So the issue, what we have that AI is doing is more advantageous than what we think, the problem we think that it is causing for the students. Then the second question. Sorry, I got it down. The second question, you talked about what is government doing? Is it for students? Which of the government? Is it for university government or state government or federal government? Of course, Prof talked about security in education institution. We know that plagiarism is a crime. Plagiarism is a crime. So you are old enough to know that one. So when you copy things that you upload, be sure, careful enough to do what? To give honor to those that owns them. Because you know, everybody might be doing and be going free. You post one day, you will not go free. So he has explained to us some basic rules and what they have done in making sure that they protect rights and of researchers who have documents online that we are all copying. So I think that's the extent government can do. Then for us within the institution, you know that that thing that you copied, I don't know if our regulation allow what, because I told one student told me that if I'm marking her script and find out that she use AI, will I fail her? Does the rule allow me to fail such student? Yes. Does the rule allow me to fail such student? The student said that I did not catch her when she was a student that I did not catch. How will you now say that she used AI. But I know that university have rules of engagement for exam malpractices. So I think those ones are enough from the government for checkmating these things. The only thing there is that we need to be creating awareness to our students, to our teachers, so that we use the positive, we enjoy the good part of artificial intelligence and leave those ones that we know that can still put us in trouble. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answers. Before she, okay, no, first, after him, then we give to Doctor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Tevin Anyal is my name. I just want to express some concerns that I usually have when it has to do with AI. Considering the universality of knowledge now, and I see that knowledge is like it's moving from a structured formal arrangement into an informal arrangement. You know, society is increasingly demanding skill-based, subject-based knowledge tied to certifications. What is the place of this kind of our structured college setting in the future? Do you still think we will have this running, as in when people now can learn anything they want to learn, and the industry is demanding skill, what you know? And I also have the concern that probably, but you understand me, probably in the future, we may not have university as it were now. We are sitting learning. Everything may just move from physical to virtual space. Is that a concern that you share? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think your concern is not different from every other concern. I think it's a specialized concern. If we move to virtual university space, right? I just need to bring your mind to one thing. Artificial intelligence was given rise to by us. The way you plan your future, you structuralize it, you strategize on it to get a better space for yourself and your family, for society and everybody. In the same way, AI will work out. I know that Doc said, and the blog said, we may be moving towards a direction in which AI may be subject to solving the problem generated by Gen Z. So the concern of AI becomes what the problem generated by Gen Z and the solution towards them. AI will never outgrow human-specific structure in terms of spiritual structure spacing, in terms of mental spacing, in terms of emotional spacing. He told you everything about modeling prostitutes and all the whatnots. But he also gave you alternatives. Those concerns, they don't arise. I told you there are two distinct, powerful frameworks: artificial intelligence and ethical framework. Under the ethical framework, you have three powers of control that God has given us. Don't joke with them. Don't joke with them. Spiritual intelligence, mental intelligence, and emotional intelligence. It will never outgrow those things. People will try to be more sophisticated than the other. in generating apps, softwares, hardwares, and yet still, people will still be in control. Because as you have more people who are becoming more sophisticated like Doc, there will also be people who are getting more sophisticated on those three control levers. So as it says that we leverage on artificial intelligence for teaching, we are also going to powerfully leverage on spiritual, mental, and emotional intelligence for those things. And that is the concern of the United Nations' most powerful agency, UNESCO. And said, you don't determine these things theoretically by talking it. You need to put regulatory, supervisory, ethical frameworks in place that will make it to be human-centered, human rights-centered, right? So that it is what we want we are going to build into AI. He's talking about an AI-generated human reproductive system, even prostitutes and all of them. But check the emotional equivalence. Check the mental equivalence. They are all mimicry modeling. It will not get to that thing you are talking. Even now, we have virtual university spaces. Don't we have it? As we are here, there is a virtual projection of what we are doing here. It will be there. There are times you hold workshops virtually. There are times you hold lectures. There are universities in Europe that are 65% virtual university management spaces. Everything they do is 65%. The rest is 35%. You are required to register and to be there physically under 35%. Why are we afraid of something that we have created? AI will never outgrow us. But we need to get people like him, train them more, equip them more, and give them more what we call the software and the hardwares of managing artificial intelligence so that we can control these things. Don't you ever forget these three ethical levers. Even the security system, when you send a drone powered by AI to the market and it kills everybody in the market, it's unethical. And everybody has what you call a moral repulsion. Oh, this is terrible. The Nigerian Air Force, when it happened, they were targeting what? The bandits. So when they saw, because they were using unmanned aerial drones and vehicles, not trained on the cultural, technical environment of the country where they were operated. They saw some figures and said, all these people who are moving around in the market, they are bandits or they are Boko Haram, and I don't know, do we still have a future?
Okay, let me just add to answer your first question. The formal education, the structured education, is not going to go out. It won't fizzle out, regardless of the virtual. Look at it. Learning. A child learns first from the mother, the parents, before he learns from the school. I have a friend in Europe. He went to do a program, and he said that the first class he entered, his PhD, what they were saying there, man, he said, guy, we have built models, but what I'm seeing in this class, I think I'll go down to undergraduate class to join them. So he has to tell his professor that he would like to join the undergraduate class. There are models that can teach him. He can get trainings from the internet. He can get models that can train. What he needs is to give the model the the area of interest that he was giving. But then they are not the same. You know, if you, at least we have all been in class, there are lecturers that we are waiting for their class. So when you say, no matter how emotional you build a machine to be, there are levels to impacting knowledge from a natural source to an artificial source. So that's why I said that one of the people that AI will lay off it will do are teachers. It is easy to take a doctor out. A machine can do operation, you know, perform, close it, they move the patients. But you see work that requires interaction with people's emotions, with people's hearts, with people's mind. It will be difficult to build machines that can do that one. Even though, like I said, we have had machines that had emotions, but then it will be difficult. Some teachers will enter a classroom and call and ask you, where are you from? You say you are from Ogidi. He will use a minute to tell you about Ogidi people. And he will use Ogidi people to be giving you examples. You won't forget it. I won't do that one for you. The emotions he's going to teach you with is the artificial emotions that we built in it. That's the ones he's going to use at any time it feels like, based on the environment that it is. So the 4 walls of classroom is not going anywhere in the future. Thank you.
Good everyone. Thank you so much, Professor Bella Mary Awka, for this platform, and the university manager, of course. My name is Dr. Gechukwu Arebodo, and I keenly followed through when I came in. I logged in online first time by 9 a.m. I didn't see anything happening. And I bumped into her at admin block. And I was like, you said 9 a.m. and we are still here and you've not started anything. So she told me it was registration. And after I finished lectures, I still came over. So just to thank all the speakers, presenters, you did a very wonderful job. I really want to just touch 3 points here. AI has come to stay. It's not going anywhere, yes. When you are using AI, please make sure you use subscribe AIs. If you don't subscribe to the AI, you are likely to get more wrong information than classified information that will be beneficial to you. Additionally, any reference that AI gives you, please copy it out and paste and reconfirm. Recently, just 2 days ago, I just got an email. A particular professor's publication in UK was revoked because the references there were not authenticated. Yes. So this is a part of the reason why this type of gathering is very important, to tell students what to do. When you use AI, it will help you, but try to look at the references. Please take your time and go through all the references there and make sure that it is even existing and that it is real. Whether you subscribe for it or you do not subscribe for it. Then, I also want to talk about the inequalities AI will create. Sorry, I'm a person that believes so much in equity, justice, and then equality and diversity too. So I looked at the topic, please. Can you show that? I looked at the topic and I saw AI applications in higher institution and industry, the role of AI in national security. I also saw where we need to leverage on AI for teaching, learning, and institutional administration in universities. I like the speakers. They made valid points about, especially the last professor that spoke, about the need to contextualize the needs of every university. Every university is unique. So looking at that, before we can actually say that we want to make teaching to be virtual, you should make sure that you are not indirectly creating inequality among the students, because not every student has that data. Not every student has that network to leverage upon, to use and join. And remember, Awka in particular has so many topographies. It may be raining here, but it's not raining around my own house. Same at Aroma. Please, whatever we are going to do in the university should be contextualized. Before you start to do anything, there is always need for needs assessment. Like the last speaker, Dr. Aniborg, I'm seeing him for the first time face to face, but I think it was one of those people that I checked upon and I said, there's something I want to do around that I'm going to add him to my team. But the truth of the matter is that beyond this, I like what you are doing, Prof. Prof, thank you so much for talking about ethics aspect. That ethics is very important. I cannot share my data because of context. I will share my data and somebody will steal my idea before time. How do you expect me to share again? So that is where the issue lies. That is where the ethics and contextual differences will come in. It is not the way you gather data in this university that data will be available to you when you go to UI. So it is, and also UNN, even though it's close by. So the major problem we actually have is that people hoard their data, even across space. In health area where I work in public health space, we also notice that data sharing is a major issue. But you don't blame people because people don't trust, there are trust issues. And this AI can make a rubbish of what you have. But I like the good thing that people are thinking about. WHO recently is about to launch a book on bioethics and AI. But my challenge still remains. And where we are raising Icon, I just returned from Switzerland last 2 weeks. And it was on joint coordinating board meeting. And issues like this came up on the board. I was a technical speaker. So on that note, if you look very well on this university, if you must get it right, we'll first of all have to create an enabling environment. Then ask the teachers what are actually their challenges. Then do the same for the students. Then we come to a point. It's going to be a kind of bottom to top approach. It's not going to be a rocket science. If you ask Professor Ikechukwu Onyenwe that started this platform, students are using for admission, that is working now. He has now extended it to even other schools and are keen into it. He will tell you that once you are using AI, what is obtainable here is not the same thing with what is obtainable in those schools. So until we are serious about this, we have to come back to the drawing board and then know what our needs are, see how we can fine-tune and work around it. But trust me, virtual engagement has come to stay. And please, I keep having this post all the time because my mother will tell you, if you stop learning, then you should be dead. Keep training yourself. Knowledge is continuum. Learning is a continuous process. And together we will get it right. AI cannot replace me. I am not scared that I'll lose my job anytime, any day. Because I know that I know what I am made of. And I keep developing myself. So should you be able to tell yourself, always aspire to be the best version of yourself. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to hear from the students. Please come this way. Let's hear from the students. See the young lady here raising her hands. Thank you.
Sorry, what's the name? What's the name? Huh? Oh, Dr. Ogechuku, thank you so much. Too bad. I had to pick a call outside so I don't disturb the peaceful stability of the environment. Before the virtual, there must be the physical. And I said it. And I don't want people to look upon Doc as if to say he's a radical AI apologist. No. It's just being, he's knowledgeable, he's sincere, he's transparent in what he knows about it. and is very expressive. However, take this home. The United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, happens to be the authentic UN body out of 68 agencies that is authorized to deal with AI. And in doing that, they've done a very good job of it. They brought out what they call the ethical recommendations for deployment, successful deployment of AI everywhere. That means the first point was that it must be human-centered, human-centric, human rights-based, human value-based. It must be ethical. It must be gender inclusive. It must be gender inclusive. It must be culturally contextualized for deployment in any environment. What you know doesn't obtain. Value must determine, must measure, benchmark how you are going to apply it. If you look at it, or in any environment of deployment, the first point, management of data privacy, very sensitive. The things that I know about myself that I don't want other people to know. How do I move transition? How does my data become public knowledge? There must be measures on the ground. You must respect the privacy, the rights of privacy. Individual data must be personalized. What you call trust issue is what you call social capital. I cannot relate. The word of God says, can two work together if they don't agree? If you come to any environment, before you start to socialize data, move private data into the public platform, you must engage individually with the constituents of those environments to know what they want, how they want their data deployed, what it is going to be used. In intellectual property matters, it is called free prior consent. What are we doing with this AI in UNIZIK? How are we going to deploy it? How are we going to manage it? How are we individuals going to be hot? If somebody who is knowledgeable as an expert, Dr. Nibogo, wants to set up, or he creates an app for girls, who are going to be members of that platform because he is an expert. So we have to engage with him. He has to relate and seek the opinion of each one of us on how we are going to become members and what will be the human rights of the members of that platform. For example, health data. Am I HIV? Am I not? Am I this? Am I diabetic? Who is going to use the data generated on that platform? Please. We have 3 levels of control. Then the 4th one is what we call the regulatory. The regulatory state institutionalized platform. The government leverages on these platforms to create the regulatory use of AI. But most importantly, they must look at the infrastructure. Government must provide infrastructure. They must give access to equipment, to computers, to ICT knowledge. I told you the tendency from data collected all over the world is that men are 65% more dominant in access, in equipment acquisition, in leveraging on knowledge than women. What is the gender sensitivity data ratio of ICT usage, equipment acquisition in that particular institution. The head of service just called me and said, you are going to do, approval has been given to do workplace ethics training. But before we did that, we had to do an impact assessment, a needs assessment of different ministries, different agencies of the state to find out what is it that hinders maximizing productivity in each unit. Na ụlọ anụ a asọrọgwụkwụ ụsọ dịka ekwubi ekwube sọsọ dọk adịbọ ọgụ maka esi ekwu ụlọ a maka ọmaka ka esi o jiri AI okpu ya onwe ya okpu ọ sịsị na ya dị more beautiful nke AI mere. So we depend on you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to ask a question. As we're talking about AI improvement and everything, I wanted to know, some people, some students might actually want to have a future or a career in AI development, like prompt making and, data analysis and all that. Like, I want to ask, what are the skills? What skills do you guys recommend that students, develop in order to have a career in AI in the future?
Anyway, for those of us in the field, we model solutions from the scratch. And if you look at these models that are around, some of them were not built by people in our area. Now, for the cloud now can allow you to build chatbots. It can allow you to build programs on your own. In fact, it is a full program. It is a full course in Coursera. Even me, I'm still having some trainings on Coursera. I'm still having some training on cloud. But then, if you have a need to come into our area to learn how to build these system solutions around, it is still a skill that you can learn on your own. But I usually tell students that, like for me, my father paid for me to learn programming. I didn't learn programming when he paid. He paid. In fact, the man was even teaching me with his inside his car. If you look at me, we say, okay, let's go to the car. We'll go and eat. We'll on AC. We'll carry laptop. I did not learn. I didn't learn. So I used to tell them that if you go and pay 500, 1 million to people, that it is still you that is going to train yourself if you really want to do this. I learned on my own by starting writing small bio, and it was for fun because as a course rep then, I used to share notes in to go. So I need to test what I can do. I'll write a small thing, put it inside the note. My class people will download it. Their phone will be white. I know that I'm now doing something. Because this was different from what that man was teaching me as at then. He started from basic, how to write Java, hello world, these things were not what I want. So I started from learning AI, learning programming from the radical part, the part that will make people to know that it is me that did it. So as somebody that wants to come in, there are many models around. I've told you of the cloud, which can do a lot. In fact, the movies that I'm watching now are the movies that AI generated. I'm enjoying them now because I'm following some pages and seeing those ones that they used to alter. I don't like them again. Those ones that are generated with AI, those are the movies that I'm enjoying now because the stories are unique. You pour in your idea, pour in the way you want your character to be, and the system will begin to model, then you begin to adjust until you get what you need. So this is the extent that we are going to, and you don't need to do computer science, or maybe you have missed out doing computer science, go back to school, and because these models can help you and do these things again. But in addressing problems within your environment, you will need to come down to ground level one to begin to understand the basic programming and things. That's why the university is doing a course 101, 102, 108, just to tell you that there is nothing there. If you can handle your variable control structure, this and that, you are good to go. So we welcome you if you wish to join us, because us, we are only doing the one that will give us money now. That's the one that we are doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to thank again the Honorable Professor Anne from UNN, Dr. Kenechuku from UNIZIK, the representative of Olubenga Abola, the CEO of Flutter Wave. I don't know if she's still online. Are you there? Okay, I also want to thank extensively the director of UNIZIK Advancement Board, able Professor Awka. Prof, when I was told to come and anchor this thing, I told Tony, this is how much I collect to talk, because I don't talk carelessly. I talk to be paid. If you don't know what it means to organize an event, get one useless MC, he will mess your whole thing up and you mess up your day. But when you have a good MC who can coordinate your event, he will manage your time, he will make your guests comfortable, he will entertain them, at the end of the day, everybody will go home happy. But if you hire a very useless MC for your event, you will be on the high table and then you will also be serving people. And then you keep running helter-skelter. All right, my name is Chinetum Nnamekambalisi. I am a staff of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Department of History and International Studies, by the grace of God, and as a professor of history. And this is what I love doing. I love to talk. I love to entertain people, but I don't do comedy. At this point, we have come to the close of today's workshop, and I would want to invite the amiable director to have what we call vote of thanks, to thank those who have stayed this long from 9 o'clock. And then I will be inviting immediately after her Professor Uju Chekezie, the Associate Provost of PG College, to graciously take the closing prayer after her vote of thanks. Thank you again for coming. God bless you all. Let's hear from the director. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. I am so happy. If you look at my face, you won't know what is in my heart, because I am really very happy. I'm thrilled for the successful outing. I'm so proud of the resource persons. By resource persons, all of you are very wonderful. Very wonderful. We learned a lot from you. And even those that spoke after them, Dr. Oge Aribodo, I'm so proud of you. You heard when I called her my baby. She's representing us very well. She just came back from Switzerland, representing the school and Nigeria. It's a wonderful thing. So I know that as you're going home today, you've learned a lot. But it's not just learning. You will learn and put it into practice. The lecturers, the resource persons, they have not only talked to lecturers, they also talk to the students and to those in the industry. So it's left for all of us to make good use of what they have said. Yeah, people were asking whether they will have the materials. We said yes and no. Yes, because it's only for those that paid for the certificate that will get the resource material. For those that didn't pay for the certificate, we thank you for coming. You learned a lot. And equally ate and drank. So, but for those that paid for the certificate, a way of saying thank you to them is to give them the resource materials. My Budin, welcome, sir. Even though you are coming when we are going. Thank you and welcome. So I'm so happy, and I say thank you and thank you and thank you again and again. My name is Professor Bele Onwoka, and when we call you again, please come around because we've not stopped. We are going in and going in and going out. Like you heard Professor Annie said, the UNESCO is coming, and we have to leverage on that. So thank you and thank you again.
Okay, it is my duty to now thank the tanker for thanking all of us for coming. And Professor Nee, I know you'll be going back to UNN, my alma mater. Well, I wish you a very successful journey back there. Hopefully, I will see you there on Friday because I have some external examinations to conduct in my department on Friday, about 2 masters and 1 PhD. I'll be there on Friday by God's grace. And so I'm praying that all of us who have come to learn will learn something very good. And I know we've learned. And so please practice, practice, practice. Don't be scared. AI will never take over human life. I said it, for the women, I'm happy for you. AI won't come to come and make your hair. Will it do that? It will never happen. It cannot barb my hair, so at least I can be consoled by that. So may I invite Professor Chekes here to please lead us in a closing prayer.
All right, thank you very much, our able MC. May we rise for closing prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, King of glory, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for bringing it to a successful end. Lord God, thank you for all the blessings. Thank you for all the acquisition of knowledge. Thank you for our Vice Chancellor. Thank you for the director of this institute. Father, as we are departing, we're not departing from your presence. You are a very faithful God. You are a very righteous God, and your righteousness endureth forever. Father, as we depart, go with us so that we get to our various destinations to the glory of your holy name. We pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Bless all our resource persons, and may all that we learn today assist us in excelling in all our endeavors. We pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. May we share the grace together. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit remain with us now and forevermore. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Prof, for closing that. I want to especially thank somebody. We've not thanked him. The engineer, Sonny C, the man who made it possible that people outside will hear us.